A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
Say, did you know I'm a fortune teller?
You don't look like one.
Oh, don't I? Well, just you watch me. Now, I simply gaze into this crystal ball and... what's this I see?
What?
Something new.
Well, tell me, what is it?
Comes in a big red and white box with the name D-U-Z, Does.
Well, what does?
Shh, the crystal answers. It says, Does is the first really new kind of wash day soap in years.
Well, what does Does do?
That's the big news. Does all three kinds of wash. From dirty work shirts, grimy towels, to your pretty rayon slippers.
Now, listen. Are you serious? Do you mean I can use this one soap for everything?
Of course I'm serious. That's where New Does is so different from any of the four other leading granulated soaps. You see, it's far safer for your delicate rayons and nicer colored washables. In fact, with Does, their precious colors stay looking fresh and bright far longer. You know, that's important in wartime, because now's the time you want such clothes to last as long as possible.
Well, that sounds wonderful. But what happens to those dirty towels?
Well, Does will show you just how really white your towels and linens can be. You've never seen whiter washes than Does gives you, because there just isn't another soap of any kind that gives you whiter washes than Does.
How much scrubbing does it take?
There's no hard scrubbing, no boiling either. Not even for those greasy work shirts. Honestly, you can't buy a soap that gets clothes clean easier than Does.
My, imagine this one soap doing so much.
Now remember, Does is Procter & Gamble's new soap discovery. Just try it. You'll see Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Just ask for Does today. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Jealousy is the one guest that no one could possibly want in a home. But at the Goldbergs, jealousy is being invited in, welcomed almost by Sammy's best friend, as a way of saving Sammy from his own feelings. As Mikey Broom watches Sammy, he begins to realize that the girl in the case is not just a minor attraction. She's the real thing. And what makes Sammy's condition desperate is that Emma is a cheat, a liar, a tricky, self-seeking girl who knows what she wants and is out to get it. Her apparent helplessness is the come-on. Her weakness is her strength. And while Sammy knows these things, his heart doesn't. So Mikey is taking steps like a chivalrous friend. And these steps are leading to all kinds of false clues. For instance, we'll take Molly and Jake tonight as they wait sleepless in their bedroom. Listen.
Jay?
Huh?
You're sleeping?
If you didn't wake me, I'd be sleeping.
So sleep. Jay? If you're not sleeping, I want to ask you a question.
If it's the same question, I already gave you an answer.
The lights are on downstairs yet, huh?
No, so, don't that answer your question?
You think Mikey is waiting up for Emma?
I do.
You think Mikey is,
You're afraid to say it? Say it. Oh, I'll say it for you. I think Mikey likes Emma. Yes. If that's your question, that's my answer.
I think it's foolish.
I hope so. Good night.
Good night. I didn't see one thing with Emma that I didn't like.
If Mikey likes Emma, is it Emma's fault?
I'm thinking of Sammy. Why, Sammy should hold it against Emma if Mikey here...
Sammy is thinking of Rosie. He don't want Rosie's feelings hurt.
No. My idea is that it's all nonsense. Maybe Mikey and Rosie had a lover's quarrel and he's trying to make Rosalie jealous.
Who does such things?
Who don't do such things, Jake? You did it. Don't you remember?
I
remember.
Who? When?
You don't remember who?
Jenny Schneider.
See how you remember? You remember when also, no?
Whose fault was it?
You thought it was mine, and I thought it was yours, so...
You want me to tell you a secret, Molly?
Yeah.
Now it can be told.
Yeah?
Nah, let it go. Now, after so many years, I should confess.
Why not?
Why, yes.
Why shouldn't I know?
What good will it do?
Even so, why shouldn't I know? You liked her really, huh? She liked you, I know.
Nearly, Molly. You wouldn't be today Mrs. Jacob Goldberg.
No.
Jenny wasn't bad looking.
Jenny was good looking.
Jenny was bad looking. She had a figure you could turn around to look at.
If Jenny Schneider's
Molly. Jealous.
Jealous.
Where are you going?
I want to see if the boys are downstairs, or did they just only let the light burn?
I'll go.
All right.
You mad?
Should I be mad?
Hey, Molly. Now I know you love me.
Look out, Sporty. What are you doing upstairs in the hall? Why don't you go down the kitchen where you belong, huh? Why don't you go?
Who are you walking to?
It's me, David.
Oh, Emma didn't come home yet.
No. David.
Yeah?
David, you tell me. You think Mikey and Emma...
Molly, don't ask me what I think.
But I am asking you.
And I'm not answering. Molly, I made a mistake. And
What mistake?
To bring Emma here. You gave her a job. You brought her into the house where young boys
What young boys? What you... Mikey?
Oh, I thought you were asleep already.
You was downstairs. You're going to bed now, Mikey?
No, I just want to get my cigarettes.
Oh.
Molly, no.
Yes, I'm coming, Jake.
Everybody's out.
I'm coming. Good night, Jake.
Good night.
Emma isn't home yet.
No, darling, I'm coming to bed. Good night to David.
Good night, Molly.
Good night, Mikey.
Good night, Mr. Cole.
Mikey,
Yes, Uncle Dave.
where is Sammy?
He's downstairs.
Waiting for Emma, huh? Advise me, Mikey. You advise me.
Will you take my advice?
Yeah, let me hear.
Not a word to Mr. or Mrs. Goldberg.
But why should Rosie think that she like Emma when it's
That's
Sammy?
all right, Uncle David. I'll take my chances with Rosie. Let her think I like Emma, and let Sammy think I like Emma.
But everybody thinks.
Yeah, but you know and I know. Don't you see, Uncle David? That's the only way to get Sammy to wake up to what's going on.
So what are you going to do?
I'm going to show Sammy that Emma can like anybody, even me if I try hard enough.
But
just leave it to me, Uncle David, please.
I shouldn't say anything to Molly?
No, not a word.
And to Rosalie?
You'll spoil everything.
Oh, my fault. Why did I bring Emma here? Why?
If we're smart, it'll all work out all right. Don't worry.
Rosie?
Oh, are we disturbing you, Rosie?
No, I...
Go to bed, Rosalie.
I want to talk to Mikey, Uncle David.
Mikey's tired. He wants to go to bed.
Oh, no. I'm going downstairs to wait for Emma.
Mikey.
Go to bed, Uncle David.
Good night.
Mikey, we were friends long before we were anything else. If we can't speak openly and honestly about our feelings now, then what good was our friendship?
No, it all depends on what we have to say.
You mean what I have to say or what you have to say?
I don't have anything to say.
But I have.
Well, let's say it.
I will. You were here, Mikey, and you were my friend when I was all mixed up about Walter. Do you remember that now, or does it seem very far away?
I remember, Rosie.
You said that I couldn't love Walter. You said that I was fooling myself, that I was blinded by my infatuation. And you said that you loved me. And that if I would only think, I would know it was you I loved. Do you remember, Mikey? Maybe you don't want to remember that now that there's Emma, but you said you loved me, and I never answered you. But I sent Walter away, and I must have had a reason. Do you know what that reason was?
You got over him, that's all.
No, Mike. I realized how right you were. I loved you. And now I'm standing on the outside watching you. Maybe I should tell you that you love me and not Emma. Maybe that's true, but I'm not going to say it that way. Aren't you going to say anything now?
No, I'm not going to argue the point.
Argue it?
Or discuss it.
Discuss it?
I'm going down to wait for Emma. Good night, Rosie.
It's easier to plan noble sacrifices than to bring them off. And sometimes the means defeats the end. But the girl is tricky and lovely as Emma. Means and ends may be confused. Say, it's fun, isn't it? Listening to our friends, the Goldbergs, every day. It's become a mighty happy habit here in America, turning on the radio and enjoying your favorite programs. It's just one small part of the freedom we're fighting for today. A freedom that lets you pick your own friends, your church, lets you bring up your youngsters the way you think best. And now surely you're willing to give just 10% of your family's weekly income to keep this freedom, aren't you? Well, then tonight, gather your family around you. Make arrangements to buy war bonds and stamps regularly through payroll deductions or at your local bank or post office. It's really so little, just 10% each and every week invested in war bonds and stamps. When the war is won, you'll have your money back, plus interest. More money to enjoy the richer life victory will bring. Now, don't lose a single day. Do your share now to help win this war as soon as possible. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Mikey starts dealing out the hands in a fixed deal tomorrow. But he forgets that more than one person is playing. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Snowball. about 10:30. A sporty little blue sedan makes a two-wide turn out of a quiet residential street and weaves crazily toward a main thoroughfare. In a police prowl car that has been idling along.
Look at that, Stutz. I see it, Ryan. We'll stop that little blue wagon quick.
George Raven, it must be lit to the rafters.
Even money, there's a dame behind that wheel. When a gal tanks up those fancy cocktails.
We'll soon see. Pull up there.
Pull up, you.
Okay. What's the matter, officers?
You win, Ryan. It's a guy.
I wasn't speeding. I didn't pass any red lights.
You'd have no chance to, brother. You're under arrest for drunken driving.
What do you mean, drunken driving? Sober's a jack.
We can see how sober you are.
And smell.
Well, I admit I had a few scotch.
Let's see your license and car registration.
Well, look,
I wasn't so wrong either, Ryan. There's a dame in this back seat.
Cover it up with a blanket.
What do you mean, Dave?
Forget about your girlfriend, mister?
I didn't have
You're
any...
drunk. The dame's passed out, Stutzy?
Yeah, I'm cold. Hey, she is cold.
Huh?
Ryan, this woman's dead.
Dead?
Look at the bruises on her neck. I think she's been strangled.
I never saw that woman before. I never saw that woman before. I never saw that woman before, Captain. I never saw that
I'll talk to you in just a minute, mister.
Yeah, while Captain Logan's busy, I'll take your picture, chum.
Doc, what's your verdict?
Oh, this woman's been dead about an hour, maybe a little more. I'd say she was strangled about 9:30.
The strangler must have had an easy time of it, Doc. The dead gal can't weigh over 100 pounds.
Expensive clothes she has on, Casey.
I wouldn't know about that, Andy.
You think she was killed in this car, Doc, or put here after she was dead?
I don't know, Captain.
Oh, Sergeant, now that Doc's finished, see if you can find any identification on her.
Okay.
I swear I had nothing to do with that woman's death, Captain.
I've heard their story, mister. Now I'll listen to yours. Now, according to your driver's license, your name is Rasco, right?
Yes, George P. Rasco. I'm a respectable businessman.
The car numbers on the registration you handed these arresting officers are not those of this car you're driving.
Well, that's the reason. That's what happened. My car's the same make, the same model, the same color as this. When I left the party, I made a mistake and got the wrong car.
Tell me about the party you left.
Well, it was at the Crofts Hall Apartments. A friend of mine lives there, Bob Willis. He invited a bunch of us because his wife is away.
What time did you leave this Bob Willis apartment at the Crofts Hall?
I was drunk, Captain. I don't know.
That sounds like the truth.
Remember what you did after you left the party?
Well, I just went to my car, I guess, to what I thought was my car. I got in and I started to drive home.
You parked your car near the Crofts Hall Apartments?
Yes, when I went into Bob Willis. Hey, you should find it still there.
We'll certainly look for it then.
The keys for your car wouldn't fit another car. How did you...
I can't remember. This car must have been unlocked.
The Captain.
Yes, Sergeant?
The dead woman's wristwatch has Jim to Irene engraved inside. And a tailor's label inside her jacket has made for Mrs. James Royce written on it. We just got a radio report on the license of this car that seems to clinch your identification, Captain.
Yeah?
The car is registered in the name of James R. Royce, whose address is 111 Oakland Lane, sir.
Mrs. James R. Royce.
I never heard of Mrs. James Royce.
David Rasco. Officer Ryan, you and your partner take this guy to your precinct station and put him on ice.
Yes, sir.
I swear Look, I'm a married man.
Sergeant, you, Peterson, and Goldberg go to the Crofts Hall Apartment. See if you can find the car registered under Rasco's name parked near there and check his party story at the Willis apartment.
Yes, sir. All this while you, Annie, and I call on the dead woman's husband, Logan.
I'd prefer to call on him minus your company, Casey.
You know, this guy's getting antisocial, Annie.
He's also rude, but he can't insult us.
Not a chance. Come on, pal. We'll help you find out what Mr. James Royce may know about his late wife's murder.
This is the place, 111 Oakland Lane.
Neat little house.
In a lovely neighborhood.
Now we'll see if Mr. James Royce is at home.
Doesn't look as though he is, Logan. No light showing in the place.
Well, it's after 11, Casey. He's probably in bed.
All people aren't night owls like ourselves.
Yeah, sometimes forget that, Annie.
Yeah, we'll soon find out.
Well, that bell should wake him.
I'll buzz him again. And longer.
I hope he isn't home. I hate this kind of a job, breaking the news of a tragedy.
Yeah, me too.
You and Casey invited yourselves here, Miss Williams.
No.
Hey, take your finger off that bell button, Logan, fast. Oh, what? Smell that, smell.
Uh-huh.
Here, your nose close to the door jamb.
Gas?
Yeah.
It's cooking gas.
Casey.
Break the glass panel of this door, Logan. Use your gun, bud. Hurry up. House must be full of it.
Reach inside and turn the door latch. I've got it. Kick out those windows, Casey. Get air in here. I'll fix these.
Okay.
I'll find the light switch.
No, Annie, no. The switch would make a spark and it blows up.
The doorbell didn't set this stuff off. I'll use my flashlight to see.
That gas will be coming from the kitchen stove.
Sure, back this way. There's the kitchen.
Oh, that man.
Yes, his head in the oven.
Turn on those burners, Casey, or I see if he's alive.
Yeah. Get that kitchen door open, Annie. Get this gas out of here.
Quick. My lungs are taking all it.
How's the guy, Logan? Yeah. Finished. Completely.
Maybe a full motor.
Not a chance, Miss Williams. Guy did a double job on himself.
A double job?
Yeah, look at this little bottle beside it.
Poison.
Yeah. A quick shore poison by the label.
Well, you can risk throwing a switch now, Casey. Get us some real light in here.
Yeah.
That's better.
Captain Logan, there's a highball glass inside the oven.
Yeah. Quarter full. Apparently this guy mixed his poison with a little joy juice after he turned on the gas and drank it and slumped down with his face in the open oven.
He was thoughtful of the neighbors. He turned off the pilot light before
There's
he turned
a
on
wallet
the gas.
in his hip pocket. Let's see.
There's his driver's license.
I imagine he...
Yep. Dead guy seems to have been James R. Royce.
The husband of that woman who was found.
Murder and suicide.
You know, suicides usually leave farewell notes.
Yeah, we'll look around before I phone the tech squad.
Captain, here it is.
That big photograph of the woman who was strangled?
There's a note on the back of it.
Huh? What is it? Printed in red.
It was done with that lipstick here on the table where I found the photo.
Not short, but not sweet, Logan.
I killed her tonight. I find her in my car. Now I'm taking the only way out.
No signature.
And the note's printed in such big letters, there's no room for a signature.
Yeah, that's funny. Printed. With a lipstick. By a man. Couldn't he write? Didn't he own a pencil?
Well, it's my guess right now that wrong car, Mr. Rasco, is going to be in the clear, except for a drunken driving charge.
What about you people?
Casey!
What?
We've got you covered on all sides. One phony move and we shoot.
Who the heck are you?
We're police.
You're police.
Captain Logan. Your face was turned away from this open door. I couldn't see. I'm Patrolman Spencer, 32nd Precinct.
I'll be happy to renew our acquaintance, Spencer, after you tell all the cops with you not to start shooting.
Well, there's nobody with me, sir. I surrounded you by myself.
Seems your friend Spencer can stretch himself.
I guess neighbors heard the racket we made here and phoned the precinct house.
Yes, sir. I got the radio report in my prowl car. What's happened here, sir? There's that guy by the stove.
You can help us find out what's happened, Spencer.
Yes, sir.
Round up the neighbors for a little question bee about Mr. and Mrs. James Royce.
No, Captain, I know nothing whatever about Mr. and Mrs. Royce's movements tonight. Oh, I can't believe it.
I'm sorry I had to shock you with the bad news of what we found, Mrs. Taylor, but I need your help.
My help?
As the Royce's closest neighbor, I've come to you first. You must have known the couple rather well.
Yes.
Would you please tell me what you know about them?
Well,
To begin with, did they quarrel?
Almost constantly. Jim, Mr. Royce, was madly jealous of his wife, Casey.
Jealous, huh?
And I'm sorry to say she gave him reason. Oh, I don't mean she did anything bad. Irina was simply a pretty, vain little thing who craved masculine attention. But no married woman in this neighborhood has felt really secure since Irina Royce has lived here.
You felt insecure, Mrs. Taylor?
No, Mr. Casey, I'm a widow.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Taylor, in your opinion, could Royce's jealousy have led him to kill his wife and then himself?
I've heard him threaten to do what he did tonight.
You have?
Many times. So have others. Poor Jim had a violent temper, and he often shouted so everyone in this block could hear.
Now, what was Royce's job, and where did he work?
He was sales manager of the Carlton Judd Manufacturing Company.
Carlton Judd.
It's a first-class firm, Logan. They make electrical equipment.
Casey and I have met Mr. Judd and his wife.
What? Have we any?
Oh, don't you remember? Last year when we covered the opening of that new slum settlement house on Ivy Street, the Judds had to put up most of the money for it.
Wait, I place him now. Sure. Big, homely, middle-aged woman and a big, handsome, gray-haired man. Yes, I think I know why you didn't forget him, Annie. He made quite a play for you.
Don't be silly. He's simply a born ladies' man who's naturally nice to every girl he meets.
I'll call on the Carlton Judd outfit first thing in the morning. Thanks very much, Mrs. Taylor.
Not at all.
I'll call on some of the other neighbors now.
I think they'll tell you substantially what I have, Captain.
Logan.
Huh?
Your cops can call on the other neighbors. We're going to visit Royce's boss, Carlton Judd.
Casey.
I've just remembered something you've apparently forgotten, Annie. His address.
His address?
Yes, Carlton Judd and his wife live in the Crofts Hall Apartments.
The Crofts Hall?
Where Rascal claims he got in the wrong car with the dead body of Mrs. Royce.
Mm-hmm. Interested, Logan?
Come on. After I get a report from my cops who are checking Rasco's story about that swanky joint, I may want to talk to Mr. Judd.
Few people have brought me terrible news. I'm inexpressibly shocked, Miss Williams.
I'm sorry, Mr. Judd.
Yeah.
James Royce was more than a valued employee, Mr. Casey. He'd become a personal friend, also his wife. Both of them frequently visited Mrs. Judd and myself in this apartment. Why, I'd expected James here this very night.
You expected him tonight?
Yes, Captain. He was to bring me a contract he expected to close after office hours. When I returned home an hour ago, I wondered why I didn't find it here.
Mr. Judd, you said you returned home an hour ago. Well, how long were you out?
Why, most of the evening, Mr. Casey. I attended a movie.
With Mrs. Judd?
No, I went alone. Mrs. Judd isn't home. Yesterday she left on a motor trip to California.
You have servants, of course, who could have let Royce in while you were at the movies.
It so happens I'd given the servants a holiday during my wife's absence.
Well, then how could Royce get
in? I'd lent poor James a key to this apartment.
Royce had a key to
yes.
the place, huh?
I simply can't believe he's dead and had his lovely wife.
So was she as lovely as she looked, Mr. Judd?
Yes. I considered Mrs. Royce to have been an altogether splendid woman.
Well, you knew her. We didn't.
Captain, if there's any way I can be of service, please command me. If not, I'd like to be alone. Good night, Miss Williams. But it's really morning, isn't it?
Yes, nearly 1 o'clock.
Say, what movie did you see tonight, Mr. Judd?
Lost Boundaries of the Empire. I walked home from there and took my time.
These apartments are a cinch to get in and out of without being seen.
Why do you say that?
Just thinking out loud. That's all. Are these apartments soundproof?
Unfortunately, no. Mrs. Judd and I are often unpleasantly aware of our neighbors in the adjoining apartment. If they weren't now vacationing in Europe, you'd hear one of their radios blasting out dance music. Any further comments or questions concerning my home, Mr. Casey?
No. Good night, Mr. Judd.
Good night. I shall hold myself at your service, Captain.
Thanks, Mr. Judd.
And it has been a privilege to see you again, Miss Williams.
You're very nice, Mr. Judd. Good night.
Good night.
Nice. Let's walk down the stairs.
You didn't get much out of Mr. Judd, did you, pal?
Did you go for that movie alibi of his?
You consider that an alibi?
Casey, I don't think Mr. Judd knows anything more about those guests than we've just told him.
Because you're a sap for his Prince Charming act.
Sometimes you talk like a schoolboy, and a backward one.
Well, if you ask me, I think Miss Williams is right.
Oh, you've fallen for his personality, too, Logan.
I don't fall for personalities. I think this case will be finally written off as murder and suicide by James Royce, and nothing more.
Logan, I have a hunch that you're wrong. Cigarette, Ethelbert?
Thanks, Casey. On the basis of what you've told me, you haven't any good arguments to suspect this Carlton Judd.
Of course he hasn't, Ethelbert. He jumped to a sudden conclusion.
I did not jump to any conclusion about Judd, Ann. This thing just isn't simple. Now, for instance, why was that note printed? And with lipstick?
Well, maybe Mrs. Royce's vanity was the real cause of her husband's jealousy. And Royce used the lipstick as a symbol of that vanity.
Go on and ring, you... All right. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. It's almost closing time, so don't... Oh, Mr. Burke.
Pretty dead.
Yeah.
Just a minute. It's for either you or Miss Williams, Casey.
You go ahead and take it in.
Okay. Hello, Burke. What's that? Who is? Well, we'll get right over there.
What?
An unidentified woman has just been found dead outside the Cross Hall apartment.
An unidentified...
Outside the Cross Hall?
She apparently fell or was thrown from a window in the same building unit where Carlton Judd lived.
The dead woman been identified yet, Logan?
Yes, Casey. She's a servant named Mattie Saunders who worked for a Mr. Robert Willis.
Robert Willis?
Well, that's the man who gave the party where that...
Coincidence, isn't it?
What have you learned about this Mattie Saunders, Logan?
Not much, except she was nosy and a tippler.
Nosy?
Have you talked to Willis yet?
No, I got here only a short time before you did, Miss Williams, and... Doc hasn't completed his examination of the body. Doc, how are you coming?
Give me another minute, Captain.
She's crawling back of these bushes.
Yeah, Casey.
Where is the Willis apartment?
Up on the top floor. You can see its windows up there, all of them wide open.
Okay, Captain.
Oh, what's the verdict, Doc?
That woman's fall was no accident.
No?
She died between 9:30 and 10 o'clock last evening.
Between 9:30 and 10?
Yes, Casey. Bone fractures, obviously caused by the fall, occurred a considerable time after the woman was dead.
The body was dropped from one of those windows up there to simulate an accident.
Definitely, Miss Williams.
I'm going up and have a talk with Ron Carrasco's friend, Mr. Robert Willis.
Wait a minute, Logan. Wait. I think he'll save a lot of time by paying a visit first to the Carlton Judd apartment.
Oh, Casey, Mr. Judd's apartment's on the opposite side of this building.
Yeah, this Saunders woman couldn't have been tossed out of one of its windows. They don't face this way.
Well, the other apartment on the Judd floor faces this way. And Judd told us the tenants are in Europe.
So?
Logan, didn't you ever make a snowball and roll it down a hill? You know how it picks up more snow, it gets bigger and bigger until it finally gets out of control? Well, murder can be like that. One killing can lead to another. I think the explanation will be found in Carlton Judd's apartment. Logan, are you going up there with me, or shall I go alone?
Captain, I've been asleep for some time. I can't see what possible excuse you have for waking me at this hour. All I know about this unfortunate Saunders woman is that she was employed by a fellow tenant here. Why bother me?
It was Casey's idea that we disturb you, Mr. Judd. I'm here in the role of innocent bystander.
And so am I.
Oh, Mr. Casey?
Oh, see, there's unmelted ice in this highball glass on your table.
Say, you couldn't have been asleep very long.
You had too much on your mind to make sleep possible.
You brought me very disturbing news earlier tonight.
I'm going to disturb you further by telling you a theory I have about the death of Mrs. Royce and her husband.
What is this theory?
James Royce wasn't the only person who was jealous. Mrs. Royce was strangled to death here in your apartment.
You're mad.
Mm-hmm. The killer carried the body downstairs to the Royce car and was seen by this maid, Mattie Saunders, who had the reputation of being nosy.
Go on.
Thank you. I think it was the killer's intention to drive the Royce car containing the body to some out-of-the-way place and wreck it. But the snowball of murder was rolling. It had been picked up Mattie Saunders, who mustn't be allowed to tell what she'd seen. She was known as a tippler, so the killer probably found it very easy to persuade her to come up to his apartment for a drink. And when she reached there, she was hit on the head.
Mr. Casey.
Let me finish, Mr. Judd. When the killer found the Royce car gone, he realized the body of Mrs. Royce was sure to be discovered and traced back to the Crofts Hall. Their inquiry would naturally lead to the apartment of Royce's employer. But the killer had to roll the snowball further. Royce must be made to appear the murderer of his wife, and that could only be accomplished by Royce's death.
So your killer arranged Royce's apparent suicide?
Yes. But he still had a problem. Mattie Saunders' body had to be disposed of. Pushing it from a window in the unoccupied apartment next door, which was directly under the one where she had worked, seemed an easy solution. Well, that's my case, Mr. Judd.
It's a good case. Such a good case that I shan't attempt to deny my guilt.
Would you admit?
Yes, Captain. I am the killer.
Casey.
Sergeant Judd, I place you under arrest.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it, Logan. Hold it. Mr. Judd hasn't murdered anyone.
Hasn't?
What?
Mr. Casey, I've just confessed.
Mr. Judd, where's your wife?
My wife? She's not here. She left for California yesterday.
That's what she told you.
I swear.
When we were here a few hours ago, this big ashtray was clean and empty. Now it's full of cigarette butts. You don't leave lipstick stains on cigarettes, do you, Mr. Judd? Is Mrs. Judd still in this apartment? Or did she go back to her hiding place next door?
I'm here.
Alice.
Judd. I can't let you take the blame for what I've done, Carl. Take me to jail, Captain.
You killed...
Yes.
No, Alice. She's lying, Captain. It was I.
Thanks, Carl. But it's no use.
Alice.
Try to forgive me, if you can. Mr. Casey, when you came here before, it was plain to me that you suspected my husband. I was listening in the apartment next door. It was your obvious suspicion of him that overcame the madness that has possessed me for a long time. The insane jealousy that tonight reached its climax. For his protection, I came to him after you had gone and told him about the horrible things I'd done. When we heard you at the door again, I wanted to give myself up and get it over. But he wouldn't let me. He hoped to save me. Don't blame him for that. Don't blame him for anything. He's a fine man.
I know.
Now, there's a whole lot I don't know when I...
Take it easy, Logan. You'll get the full story later.
This Mrs. Judd gave her husband the idea she was going to California so she could spy on him, Casey, and maybe catch him pulling something?
Yeah, Ethelbert. For a long time, she'd been jealous of her husband. And she'd convinced herself that he liked Mrs. Royce much too well. Well, Mrs. Judd hid herself in that empty apartment with her ear to the wall and her eye to the keyhole.
And last night, after Royce got those contracts he was supposed to take to Mr. Judd, he had a violent headache. And he sent his wife with him to Judd's apartment instead.
Mrs. Royce went there with him and let herself in with a key her husband had given her for just that purpose.
And Mrs. Judd jumped to the worst possible conclusion, flew into an insane rage, and never gave Mrs. Royce the slightest opportunity to explain. She simply burst into the room and choked her to death.
You know what happened from then on.
Yeah, the snowball rolled. What made you finally suspect Mrs. Judd instead of her husband, Casey? That lipstick she used in that suicide setup?
No, that wasn't the main thing that made Mr. Judd a difficult suspect in Casey's theory.
No, it wasn't, Annie.
Well, what was?
You see, the Judd Manufacturing Company makes electrical equipment. After I really started to think, I couldn't see a guy who was familiar with electricity rigging a phony suicide setup with gas. Seems Judd would have known that a faulty doorbell or a switch could throw a spark that'd blast the house to pieces and wreck the whole setup that he'd taken so much pains to leave.
I see. Miss Williams, this Casey's a clever guy.
Yes, Ethelbert, I agree with you. Come on, Annie. Say something nice for a change.
You're quite a guy, Casey.
Thanks, kid.
What a guy you'd be if you only had Mr. Judd's lovely manners and charm.
Ethelbert, I'm almost sorry I didn't frame that mug.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
service, starting mileage 9874, 9874. Officers Perkins and Walter. 1 to 5610-4, mileage 9874, 6:03 p.m. Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. At the moment, you're riding in Detective Unit 56, just reporting in service on the night watch. While you're with
1 to 56 at 2209 North Main at the liquor store, meet Unit 51 regarding a 211, which occurred at 5:45 p.m. this date. 56, Roger.
Well, the 211 is a holdup. That means we'll be going down and talking to the victims. This apparently occurred about 20 minutes ago. But, getting back to what I was saying, while you're with us tonight, remember, I'm recording this as it happens. And the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 56, somewhere in the field, and to Police Recorder Don Reed.
Swinging into the curb, the liquor store on the right, held up a few moments ago. The uniform car parked out front. Red lights are flashing on over here. Inside the store, Officer Cameron talking with the clerk, filling out a report.
Well, fellow comes walking in with a famous cat. About his height, but thinner, and wore light clothes, summer workers' clothes, And the shoes were, I think, these cads, paint shops. And he bought a paper. He comes down, he throws a dime down, I pick up the dime, see? He has the paper and he grabs out a gun, one of them silver looking things, looks like a 32 to me. And he says, all right, hand it over. Fast. I dropped your hands. I dropped my hands, I don't know which way to turn. He said, go ahead, open it up. So I open it up, he says, all the bills. So I open it up and I take all the bills out, Notice the trim. He says, take it all out, everything. Yeah, now he says, go toward the back. So I start moving toward the back, He says, hurry up, I'll kill you. Just like that. He backed out, they took a run this way. Toward the left,
You didn't hear a car?
Didn't hear a car. I went outside. I was afraid to go to the telephone, number one, but I took a chance on outside. I didn't see nothing.
Did you prosecute?
Sure was. First I'll be able to do that, I guess.
How much was taken now?
$82.
Okay. Burke, do you want to get the additional information on here?
Yeah, you need us for anything else?
No, we'll get this report. There's nothing else we can do for now. 5-3 and 5-4 are out checking the area.
Okay, I'll get this on the air, and if anything comes up, give us a call. We'll be checking the area out.
Back to our detective unit.
Take to Control 1. Will you relay this additional information on the 211 that occurred at 5:45 p.m. this date? The suspect has thin build, about 155 pounds, 30 years, brown hair. He's wearing brown khaki painter's outfit with a white painter's hat or cap. Carries a .38 nickel-plated revolver and has a tattoo on his right hand. We're going to patrol the area around here for a while. We'll be on the air if you need us. 1 to 5-6-10-4, 6:35 p.m., KMA 394. Control 1 to all units. Additional information on the 211 that occurred at 5:45 p.m. this date at 2209 North Main. Suspect wearing brown khaki, painter's outfit with white painter's cap. Used a 38 nickel-plated revolver.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. All of us, at one time or another, have made person-to-person long-distance phone calls. But did you know that it is possible to make a person-to-person gift of food or clothing to some needy friend or relative overseas? Millions of families in Europe and Asia are desperately in need of the bare necessities of life to supplement what little their war-torn, famine-devastated governments can provide for them. And the most efficient, most economical way in which you can help those you know and love abroad is by sending a person-to-person care package. For only $10, CARE will send in your name enough food to supplement the rations of a family of 4 for a whole month, or a special package of baby food, knitting yarn, or a pure wool blanket. And now, CARE has a special $6.95 budget food package. CARE packages are easy to send, too. Just send $10 or $6.95 to CARE. That's CARE, New York, together with your name and address, and the name and address of the person you wish to receive the package. CARE guarantees delivery of this person-to-person expression of international goodwill. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and your police recorder, Don Reed.
Unit 57, okay, code 7, KMA 394. Control 1 to all units on frequency 4, stand by. Control 1 to all units in the vicinity and cars 51 and 53 at 2207 North Jefferson, 2207 North Jefferson in the bar, a 211 in progress, 51 and 53, code 2.
5-6 to 1, we're on the hill just back of Jefferson. We'll approach from the north.
1 to 5, 6 and 4.
The 211 in progress means there's a holdup taking place right now. That's in a public bar. Could be a very touchy situation. As the crow flies, actually, we're not very far away. However, this caught us up in the hills where we've been on a stakeout. We were planning to leave just a few moments ago. However, not quite the hurry that we're managing right now. The only thing that we know... Hold on, we're flipping a little turn here. The only thing we know is that a suspect or suspects are in the process of holding up a bar, and the uniformed cars, as well as ourselves, are just using a red light going in. Siren could be heard for a considerable distance. This, of course, would eliminate the possibility of surprise. We have a couple of more minutes now just sitting and waiting and holding on. We might speculate on just how we received this call, a hold-up in progress. Judging from past experience, in the case of a public place, some patron or persons passing by possibly made the observation, got to a phone, and without the suspects realizing, of course, that they were observed. It doesn't happen very often. Possibly it happened this time. Just a matter of seconds.
Control 1 and all units responding to the 211 call. Code 4. We don't have a 211, just a 447, and we have them in custody. Control 1 to 53, 10-4. All units, code 4 at 2207 North Jefferson.
Well, breaking that transmission down into plain English, a radio car's at the scene. Seems there's been no hold-up after all. They have a 447 or just a plain drunk in custody. Code 4, no further assistance necessary.
5-6 to 1. We're at that location now. We'll be code 6 for a few minutes.
Control 1 to 5-6. 10-4.
Swinging into the circular driveway of the bar. There's a uniformed car out here in front. Red lights blinking. And the suspect in the back of the car. A couple of patrons standing around. It's all quiet. The uniformed officer over here making out a report on the fender of the car. Just a drunk, huh, Bob? Yeah, that seems to be the deal, Sergeant. The bouncer was holding him out here when we arrived. He said there wasn't any holdup. This guy was just causing disturbance. You going to book him for 447? Yeah. Okay. Well, just for kicks, let's go in and get a picture of the bar. Inside, small jukebox blaring over here. The bar is just about capacity house here. Hey, what's for that gun routine? What? What's for that gun routine? The gun. Bouncer's got the gun. Wait a minute. Who's got a gun? Where? The bouncer. He's got the gun over there. Mixed up around here somewhere. Let's get out the car a minute. Burke? Well? There's a drunk in the bar that's talking about having a gun there. He says that this fellow that was in the back of the car, that drunk, pulled a gun on the bouncer over here. Oh. At least he mumbled something about it. I couldn't understand what he said. Oh, yeah? I'll go talk to the bouncer. Him and Kurt? They've had some kind of a caper around here. Yeah, there's something screwy somewhere. Well, Burke's flashing the light for us over here. Yeah, let's take a look. Sergeant Perkins talking with the bouncer. Let's see if he's come up with anything. No, get it? Tell me where the gun is. You're not going to have the gun. Well, I don't want it. Well, you're not going to handle it anyway. Well, I appreciate that. We can either go in and just tear the whole place apart. I understand. Tell us where it is. Appreciate that. All right, I'll tell you where it is. You just tell me right here where it is. The heavy-set fellow in the bar had it. Now, what he did with it, I don't know. Bartender? No. Sitting at the bar, a customer. What was the deal on the gun? All of a sudden, pulled it. The character that one in there, was it his gun? Well, it wasn't anybody else's. I mean, what happened? How did he pull it or what? He pulled it and shoved it in the owner's face. And the other fellow went over and ducked him and took the gun away from him. Well, this thing is beginning to unravel. The suspect they took into the station as a drunk apparently pulled a gun here in the bar. It seems strange. Nobody wants to talk about anything. Let's see who Kurt Walters got buttonholed over here. Maybe just pulled the gun to this man here. He didn't pull it on me. He had it on the whole bar. I just went over and told him to put it away, and he stuck it in my gut. He said, I'll shoot you if you make a move. So I just busted him and took the gun away. Did you break it open? Yeah, I broke it open and took the shells. Was it loaded when you got it? Yeah, it was loaded, fully loaded, and I took the shells off and broke it open and took the, what do you call it? Chamber and give the rest of the bag. Oh, tell him what happened first. He pointed at her, yeah. First, what happened. Well, he's going to shoot her first. Well, he had it pointed right at her head when I seen it.
I'll tell you, honest to truth, this is what it was. That guy pulled out that gun, and I thought it was a doggone toy. I said, go ahead and shoot, you know. I laughed. And he saw it, and he just walked over, boy, and he just clobbered. I think the guy's nuts. That's what I think. I think the guy's absolutely out of his mind.
He's nuts. He's got to be nuts.
He's nuts.
I'll shoot you. That's exactly what he told me.
Walter, talking to the first statement the suspect said again now when he pulled out the gun.
He says, one word out of you and I'll drill you. And this guy said, you pull a gun on me, and bam, he took him, and he really hit him.
You think he might have used the gun on somebody if they had...
He sure would have used it then if that guy hadn't his fist beat him to the gun.
In other words, you don't think it was a holdup, but you think it was assault with a deadly weapon?
That's right. Mm-hmm. Everybody ever tried to hold this joint up, they all got killed, I don't know. Maybe, but this guy, I think he's a nut.
This whole thing is unusual, to put it mildly. Nobody would say anything at first. Now it's coming from all angles. They all tell the same story. Perkins and Waller taking the owner aside.
We will find a complaint. Naturally, everybody has been offended by this man. You have no objection to signing your complaint?
I don't want to sign any complaint. I don't want me around.
You don't want to sign a complaint?
No, it wasn't me.
Let the gun, let him come back in here and shoot somebody?
No, but...
what do you want us to do? You people, every time that something happens, you want the police to do all the work, and yet the citizens won't stand
I've
back.
never called the police before.
We come down here, and a guy's got a gun. He's been threatening people, and we get in here, and nobody knows anything about it.
Well, people he
shoved it in your ribs, didn't he?
He shoved the gun at.
He shoved it in your ribs, didn't he?
Yeah, but where's the hell is trying to be and can... I don't want to have him come back and shoot me.
He's not going to shoot you.
Kurt, come over the car a minute.
That doesn't beat you. Boys won't be hoodlums off the street yet. They'll never back us up. Yeah. I didn't want to say anything in front of those witnesses. But are you thinking the same thing I am about that nickel-plated gun?
Yeah, it sure fits the description, all right. Let's go shake the car down. There's the suspect's car in the parking lot. It's an old model. Has that lived-in look. Coffee pot. Half a loaf of bread. Some salami. Here's some more shells to go with that gun. 38.
I'll keep them together.
Let's look in the back seat. Look at this. Painter's pants, light brown. Khaki shirt. And here's a painter's cap.
Well, what do you know?
That's it. Let's take this into the station and have a little talk with this guy about his activities tonight. All I can say, gentlemen, it's a small world. Yeah, we picked him up tonight with a gun. Now he's in a bar. 155 pounds, that's right. This is the Detective Bureau. Sergeant Perkins on the phone, running a record check on our suspect. Yeah, will you give me the, I'll write it down here. Okay. 2 counts purse snatching. 3 times grand theft auto. 2 times armed robbery. 1 count strong arm robbery. Whereabouts was that? Okay. 4 times drunk. Suspicion of murder. What was the disposition of that? Yeah, okay. No, that's enough. Okay, I got it all. Thanks. Good night. Gee, what a record this fellow has. That's about par for the course, isn't it? Yeah, we may add a couple more before the night's through. Down the corridor, Detective Kurt Walter escorting the suspect into the office. Suspect staggering. Has thin build, sallow complexion, hunted expression. Physique is young, face old. Sit down here. Try not to go to sleep on us, will you? How old are you? 27. 27? How long have you been here in Los Angeles?
Oh, about 2 months.
About 2 months? Is your home in Tennessee?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Let me have a cigarette, will you? What are you carrying a gun for?
What?
What are you carrying a gun for?
What gun?
Gun that you had down at the bar where we picked you up.
Oh. What gun?
Remember the revolver, the nickel-plated revolver?
Oh. What gun?
Whose was it?
What gun?
Who's the Bronco?
What gun?
Well, what do you know about it?
Huh?
What do you know about
Down there?
it? Yeah. Well, what happened down there? How'd you get decked?
Huh?
How'd you get decked down there?
Picked him up.
Huh?
I said I just picked him up.
How'd you get that cut in your lip? How'd you get that cut in your lip?
I was there.
You ever been arrested?
One time, yeah.
What for? What for?
For, show you on, just the rest.
You've been arrested for purse snatching, stealing an automobile, murder, robbery?
Prove it.
I don't have to prove it. I don't have to prove it. I got
Anybody can prove it. Prove it.
Tell us what happened down there.
Listen.
You know what you're booked for, don't you?
I can be booked from anything.
That's right.
So,
Where do you live?
huh?
Where do you live?
Same place.
I guess you don't understand English, do you? Whenever he asks you a question, you answer it.
That's fine.
You answer the question.
That's right.
Suspect putting his feet on the desk. Put your feet down.
I'm sorry.
Put your feet down. Now let's get you straight in. Put your feet down like the officer told you.
Yes.
Now let's start answering some questions.
I'm say yes.
What were you doing down in the bar?
Well, yes.
What were you doing down in the bar, and what happened down there?
I was drinking whiskey.
Okay, what happened?
Huh?
How'd you get slugged?
Well, walked down the side of the wrong town, I guess.
How much time you spent?
I ain't spent no time in jail.
You haven't?
No.
There goes his feet again. Keep your feet down.
Yes, why?
Where'd you get the gun?
Huh?
Where'd you get the
What
gun?
gun?
Gun that you had down there at the bar.
Where? I ain't seen it. Where? Where?
You're a wise guy, aren't you?
No.
How did you get decked down there?
Who's dead? Who's dead?
Slugged you?
Who's dead?
Who slugged you down there?
Oh, this was long time. Who's dead?
Where do you live now?
Huh?
Where do you live?
Oh, this Walton, I guess.
I asked you where you live.
That's what I'm walking, I guess.
What's your address?
Huh?
What's your address?
I have a car out there.
You don't have a car out there now. It's in the police garage.
That's where I'm living. My car.
You got an address down Harbor City?
Huh? No. All in my car.
Where'd you sleep last night?
Huh?
Where'd you sleep last night?
Car, I guess.
You are a normal person, aren't you? Normal.
Yes, I am. I have.
What kind of work do you do?
I push baby buggies.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the road.
Mm-hmm. Up go the feet again.
Put your mouth out.
Persistent fellow.
Look, you don't try to pin it on me. Look, if I can take you if you want to go, let's go.
All we want is the answer to your questions.
I'm clear. Don't try to pin it on me. I can take you down there.
Take us where?
Look.
Take us where?
Any place.
Not so much that little deal at the bar. I'll take the $64 question. Let me show you something. Here's a painter's outfit. Trousers, a shirt, hat, all found in your car. There's a .38. Throw that in for good measure. Are these your clothes and gun?
Yes.
Did you stick up the liquor store?
When?
Tonight, about 5:45 p.m.
Not tonight.
The guy that pulled that stick up also had a tattoo on his right hand. So have you.
For a bet?
You might as well start telling the truth. We're going to have that liquor store owner in here. If he identifies you, you're in trouble. Did you stick up that liquor store?
I was there tonight. What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Did you stick up the place?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about it.
Walk in, you walk in, you walk in, you walk out, you get it. It's the same thing.
In the past 2 months, how many places have you hit in Southern California?
5 or 6 places, bro.
5 or 6 places. Give us a scoop on these deals.
Same deal. Look. Don't try to pin it. So I can take it down there. I can take us where? Any place you want to go. You want to go see? You want to see her? Huh? You know? You want to?
See
you want
who?
to?
See who?
Huh?
See who?
Anybody.
I don't want to see anybody.
I got alibis if that's what you want.
Now, let's have an alibi for that gun.
Yeah, here it is, right there. 45 caliber. You ain't that great.
Suspect is drawing an imaginary gun.
Okay, Kurt, we've had enough of this session.
That's it.
He's too drunk to make sense. Take him out and book him for assault with a deadly weapon and suspicion of armed robbery.
Right.
What you have just heard is real. Recorded as it actually happened on the Night Watch. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's investigation and subsequent arrest of the suspect was based to a great extent on breaks as they say in police work. A hold-up, a chance meeting with a man under the influence, a shaking down of a car, all little pieces of a puzzle. Put them together and they begin to fill out a picture. But the fact I want to point out, above all else, was the reluctance of the witnesses to sign a complaint against the suspect. However, in tonight's investigation, the arresting officers were able to sign a complaint themselves based on investigation and physical evidence secured. Result, the suspect was held to answer for assault with a deadly weapon and suspicion of armed robbery. In many cases, the police are left powerless when a witness fails to cooperate. Many people are not actually aware of the fact that it is the duty of their police department to investigate a crime, take the suspect into custody, and prepare the evidence and present it to the district attorney or city attorney for action. The success of this operation is built on the cooperation of the witness, without which no department can maintain public security. We hope through this program, this thought can be brought home to you. If we succeed, then we have a reason for night watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
Ready?
Good shot, Markham. Perfect score for you so far.
All that's gotten me in this skeet shooting contest with you, Vance, is a tie. That shows you what a tough man you are to beat.
Testimony disregarded as having no basis in fact. As district attorney, you should know better than to make statements like that.
Kindly refrain from prompting this witness, Vance. Your shot, you know.
So it is. Well, the rules allow me to load only 2 shells in this gun of mine. Shells are in. I'll see what I can do with 2 birds. Ready? Ready?
2 for 2. Well, you certainly give me something to shoot at, Vance. Tell me, is there anything you can't do?
Yes, I can't tell when you'll invite me in on a murder case. All I know is it won't be this afternoon, inasmuch as there was no case in your office when we took this holiday, and there are no telephones out here on the skeet field.
I know that disappoints you, but I'll try to make a contest out of this skeet match to make up for it. My turn. Try for 2. Ready? Ready? Uh-oh. Well, that puts you 1 up on me, Vance.
Dad! Oh, Dad!
Well.
Do you hear what I do, Markham? The clarion cry of a female.
The voice of your secretary, Ellen Deering, unless I'm very much mistaken. What could she want out here?
I don't know. All I can do is hope.
Dad!
Over here, Ellen.
You mean you hope an interesting case came into your office while we were out here?
Mm-hmm.
A case interesting enough to get your secretary to come after you?
You didn't miss with that shot, my friend. We'll know Ellen's mission in a moment now. Here
Dad! Oh, hello, Mark.
Hello, Ellen.
Whew! What a hike. Isn't there some way they could have put the skeet field nearer the road? I wasn't meant for walking, I can tell you that.
Well, I'll see what I can do about having a pair of wings made for you, Ellen.
So I could fly over here and have somebody shoot me down? Oh, fine thing.
You'd still be flying if I was the one with the gun.
Well, Miss Deering, if you've recovered your breath and your bearings, perhaps
I'm okay now. Markham, I really came out to see you.
Oh?
Your office called to see if you were with Vance, and I volunteered to come out here and bring you the message.
Which was?
Which was that a woman named Edith Allen has been murdered in her apartment.
Uh-huh.
There's no apparent motive. She was happily married. Her husband has a perfect alibi, and nothing in the apartment has been touched.
Well, at least Vance was wrong about one thing. He certainly wouldn't be called in on a murder case while we were out here.
A murder without motive. Well, that's the most fascinating kind to solve, Markham.
The most difficult, you mean?
Well, looks like we go to work, Vance. Fun's over for today.
On the contrary, Markham. Apparently, it's just beginning.
The slain woman had led an exemplary life and was respected by everyone in her community. Police are baffled by the lack of motive. Mrs. Allen was found by a maid lying on the floor near the piano in the Allen living room, strangled. With no motive and no clues, the police face one of the most baffling crimes in years. Homicide Department Sergeant Heath admitted to the Chronicle representative today. Good story, Joe. Nicely handled. Write the head for it yourself and give yourself a byline.
Okay, Chief. Unknown assailant
Look,
strangles
you didn't bring me
Mrs.
what I
J.C.
wanted.
Allen.
For heaven's sake. I haven't
Bye,
been all day. I got
J.C. Vance and I want to be alone in the murder room, Heath. Keep everybody out for a while, please.
Okay.
Well, Markham, it looks as if first reports were correct. There's nothing in this room that even remotely resembles a lead to Mrs. Allen's killer. From the position of the body, I think she was playing this piano when her murderer came into the room and strangled her. She fell from the piano bench to the floor.
That's probably true, but doesn't help us at all.
This is the song she was playing, Blue Penny. It's that new hit they keep doing on the radio. Isn't that a rather unusual title page, Markham?
Not too. Picture of a girl who's apparently the penny in the title, a flowing blue summer dress, the names of the writers and the publisher. What's unusual about it?
I'm not sure, but a little of the blue ink just came off on my thumb. I've handled a lot of sheet music. That never happened before.
Vance, we're working on a murder.
I know, but this blue ink that came off on my thumb may supply the color in this case.
Your song's as good as Blue Penny?
Yeah, it is.
Huh. Another hit like that, and I'm going to go broke. Okay, I'll listen. Go ahead, play it. Yeah?
Mr. Morris, there's a man named Philo Vance here to see you.
Philo Vance? Tell him to come in. All right, Doc. I'll hear the rest of that song later. I got a visitor.
Okay.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought...
It's all right. Come in, Vance. This guy was just leaving. So long, Denny.
So long.
Well, Vance, what can I do for you? You write a song or something?
No, Mr. Morris. I want to talk to you about your Blue Penny number.
Now I know why you're here. It's a crime the way that song's getting plugs and ain't selling. You want to investigate the crime, huh?
Not exactly. Mr. Morris, when do you print a song you publish?
When? Well, we take it from the writers. We give an order to our printers saying how many copies we think we'll need. They print it. We work on the song for a couple of weeks. And it generally starts to sell. Only not Blue Penny. Blue Penny, we printed up to 50,000 copies when we took it. We still got half of them.
Is that so? I thought it was a big hit.
You thought. Everybody thought. Only it's just one of those things, get plugged, but nobody buys it.
Who prints your music?
Acme. Only 3 firms in the city that print music. I'll write the names and addresses down for you. What's it all about, Vance?
It's about the murder of Mrs. J.C. Allen. You've read about it in the papers.
Hmm.
They say there was no motive for her death. I'm inclined to believe there was. A motive I not only know, but after I make my next stop, I think I can prove.
That's a pretty sound those printing presses make, ain't it, Ears?
Pretty, Eddie. Beautiful.
Ears, tell me how much of a genius I am. I like to hear it.
Boss, you got a beautiful head. Beautiful. How you ever figure this out, I don't know.
Neither will anybody else.
How we can be making all this dough on something that sells for only a quarter at 30 cents? I don't know either. But it's beautiful money. Beautiful.
Ears, listen.
Yeah?
A guy publishes a song. It costs him money to print.
Uh-huh.
Money to plug.
Yeah?
Money for royalties.
Well?
He makes a hit out of it, right?
Right.
All right. I got a printing plant. I publish the same song. The publisher has all the expenses.
I get all the profits. It costs me 2 cents to print. I get 18 from the dealer. 16 cents profit. On a million copy song like Blue Penny, figure it out.
Too much for me, but I'll take my...
Come on in.
I'm Philo Vance. Which one of you is Ed Stevens?
That's me. What's with you, Vance?
I've been told there were only 3 firms in this city that were equipped to do music printing. I've already seen the other 2 companies. You mind if I look at your shop?
What for?
I have an idea about the murder of Mrs. J.C. Allen. Now, may I see your machines?
Well, Vance, at any other time, I'd be glad to let you inside. This afternoon, maybe, if you come back. But right now, we're running some special stuff for a guy who asked that we keep everything very much on the QT. It's an announcement of some new product, and he doesn't want any word of it to get out. Now, that's understandable, isn't it, Vance?
Of course. Thank you, Stevens. I'll be back later in the day. Goodbye.
So long, Vance.
Boss, you handle that beautiful. Beautiful. Only Vance will be back later.
We'll have those copies of Blue Penny off the presses by then.
I don't like the idea of Vance finding us. Maybe I ought to take care of him.
Like you did Mrs. Allen?
Yeah.
Nothing doing to his. We'll take care of Vance, all right. Only it'll be in a way he's never been taken care of before.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Marie Dale, Wentworth Apartments. You don't know me, but please come over here quickly. I've got to see you.
What's the trouble, Miss Dale?
Hurry, Vance. You've got to get here before he does, because if you don't, I'll be dead.
Miss Dale. Miss Dale, where are you?
Over here, on the couch. That's you, Vance.
Yes, what happened, Miss Dale?
He was here. Vance, bend down. Look. Look at my neck. His fingers. Vance, he was going to kill me.
Now, take it easy, Miss Dale. The police are on their way here. I called them after you called me. Who was it?
I don't know. Someone phoned me and said he was the man who strangled Mrs. Allen. He was going to do the same thing to me. I read your name in the newspapers. Knew you were working on that case, and I phoned you.
You sound better now, Miss Dale. I'm sorry I didn't get here in time.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. But I'm all right now, Vance. And I'll be fine when the police get here. Thanks for coming.
No trouble, Miss Dale. I'm very close to the man responsible for Mrs. Allen's death.
Oh?
I have an appointment at a printing plant in an hour. And I have an idea I'll wind up 3 things at that time. I'll find the individuals responsible for killing Mrs. Allen, the man who choked you, and I'll break up a very unusual racket.
Well, come right in, Vance. Sit down.
Thank you.
You're a man of your word. Said you'd be back this afternoon, and here you are.
You said when I did get back, I could take a look at your printing presses, Mr. Stevens, remember?
Sure. Perfectly all right. I'd like you to see something else first, though, Vance.
What?
This photograph. It's a print, and it's still wet, but you won't have any trouble recognizing the people in it.
Well, let me see it. Oh. So there was a photographer in Miss Dale's apartment when I bent down to examine her neck.
Yes. Looks like you're making love to her, doesn't it? Not that that wouldn't be bad, only her name isn't Dale, Vance. It's Williams. Marie Williams, and she just got out of jail last week.
I'm beginning to see what this is all about. I'm going to...
Now, Vance, that won't do you any good.
Oh, but it'll make me feel better, I guarantee that.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Vance. Slugging me won't help you any. I don't want anything from you. Just leave town for 2 weeks, that's all. 2 weeks. When you come back, I hand you the negative of this picture, and nobody will know you ever made love to a gal just out of jail.
So that's the story, eh?
Look, you can go through this plant with a microscope, and you won't find any evidence that we've been printing somebody else's music on our own. I don't know how you figured our racket, but there isn't a thing in this shop to prove what you think now.
There was this morning when I was here, though.
So? Look, Vance. You leaving town, or do I make 1 million copies of this picture and flood the town with them? Philo Vance, leading crime fighter in the city, and his girlfriend just released from jail after serving 7 years for manslaughter. Well?
May I use your phone?
Wait a minute, Vance. Calling the cops would be stupid. You've actually got nothing on me, not a thing. And if I go to the coop, I've got a friend who releases these pictures.
I wasn't going to call the police, Stevens. I merely wanted to call the airport and find out what time the next plane leaves.
This is District Attorney Markham. We're working on a case that started with the strangling of a Mrs. Allen, wife of a newspaper man. In some way, her death is linked with a piece of sheet music, a connection that Philo Vance knows but hasn't told me. Vance hasn't been heard from for several hours, and I can't understand why he hasn't been in touch with me. However, Ellen Deering, Vance's secretary, did call, and apparently Vance had left a note for her asking her to see Mrs. Allen's husband, J.C. Allen, a rewrite man on the Chronicle. Ellen should be with him now because it is several hours.
Look, Mr. Allen, Vance left a message for me to see you. You've got to help me.
How? Don't you think I want to find the man who killed my wife? What can I do to help you?
Just one thing. Your wife played piano, didn't she?
Yeah, sure, of course she played.
Where did she buy her music? That's one question Vance wants answered.
Where?
Yes.
That little shop around the corner from our house. Cut-rate music shop run by a man named Baker. What difference does it make?
All the difference in the world, according to Vance. You see, his note said he knew who killed your wife. He knew why she was killed. But there's only one way of proving it. That cut-rate dealer is the one way a murderer can be made to face the music. And I'll see him after I see a certain young lady.
Coming.
Yes? Are you Marie Dale?
What do you want?
I want in. My name is Deering. I'm Philo Vance's secretary.
Vance? Who's he?
Now, don't give me that. Look, I found your name and address on Vance's pad. I know he was up here to see you. And, I want to know where he is now.
I haven't the slightest idea. Goodbye, Miss Deering.
Oh, no, you don't. When I leave here, it'll be because I want to go. Take your hand off my arm.
Miss Deering, you don't want anything in here. Why don't you try the lost and found department if your boss is missing?
You're going to be missing something if you don't start talking. A couple of teeth, for instance.
Tough, aren't you? Well, we'll see how tough your hair is.
Oh, you little devil. If you want to play like that, I'll play with you.
My arm. Stop. You're breaking it.
Let go of my hair.
Stop twisting my arm. I'll tell you all you want to know.
Well, go ahead. Start talking before I start twisting.
Vance came here to see me. I don't know why. I told him there wasn't anything I could do or say to help him, and he left. I don't know where he went.
Big help you are. There. There's your arm back.
You've hurt me.
Oh. Well, I've wasted enough time up here. I thought you might know where my boss is, but apparently you're not going to help me find him. So I'll just go follow his instructions. Next stop, music shop. Take that record off, Mr. Baker. I can't talk to you with all that noise.
Best-selling piano record on the market. She don't like it. Okay, lady, off it goes. By the way, lady, what happened to your cheek?
Oh, I got caught on a couple of nails. Mr. Baker, tell me, who sells your sheet music?
A lot of people. Sometimes I buy from jobbers. Sometimes I buy direct from publishers. Sometimes from independent salesmen.
Who sold you your copies of Blue Penny?
Blue Penny?
Yes.
Fellow named Ears Mackley. So you know something funny?
Right now, I'm not looking for laughs. Where do I find this Mackley?
Wait a minute. You know this Mrs. Allen who was killed?
I should know her. Her death is the reason I'm here. What about her?
Well, she asked me the same question you did the morning she was killed. I gave her the same answer.
Why didn't you tell that to the police?
What for? It didn't sound important. Besides, nobody asked me.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Where do you reach this Mackley who sold you the Blue Penny song copies?
Oh, all I got for him is a phone number. You want it?
I'll say I want it. That phone number means that Ears Mackley's number is up. This is the printing place, Markham. When I called the phone company, I asked them for the address of the phone number I got from Mr. Baker. This is the place they gave me.
Well, let's go in. Somehow I wish that Vance were here. No word from him?
Nope. That's why I called you. Well, take a deep breath, Ellen, old girl. Here we go.
Well, what do you two want?
Eddie, the guy's the district attorney. That's Markham.
That's right. This is Miss Deering. I want to see here's Mackley.
What about?
You, Mackley?
My name is Stevens. What do you want with Mackley?
Awful tough, isn't he, Markham?
Maybe I ought to soften him up. Sometimes I'm a little unhappy with my official position, Ellen. Look, Stevens, here's Mackley as a direct lead to the killer of Mrs. J.C. Allen. We want him when we know we can find him here. Is this Mackley?
A beautiful guess, D.A. Beautiful.
Okay, Mackley, you're coming with us.
He isn't going anywhere, but you two are.
Markham, he's got a gun.
He'll never get a chance to use it.
Shut that dame up. You shut her up. I'll handle this guy.
Got it, Eddie.
Get this gun butt down on this guy's head.
Hey, you did it, Eddie. You did it. Take this dame off my hands. She's kicking my ankles off.
I'll take care of her, then we'll wait until dark and take care of both of them permanently.
Pretty good actress I am, don't you think, Eddie?
Shut up, will you, Marie? I gotta think.
Well, I'm still a pretty good actress. I got Philo Vance here to my apartment so you could snap his picture and run him out of town with it, and I fooled his secretary. Didn't I?
Yeah, you handled that good. Now, will you be quiet? I got the district attorney and Vance's secretary tied up in my printing joint. I gotta find a way to get rid of him by tonight.
You want to kill the district attorney? You're out of your head.
How many times do I have to tell you to shut up? This is important. They can't have him alive. They know I've been duplicating sheet music copies. Now, how they know, I'll never know. They know Ears killed that Mrs. Allen, too.
Well, why did he kill her?
Why?
Yeah.
What else could he do? She came down to the shop. We found out her husband was a newspaper man and that she traced us through a phony copy of the Blue Penny song. What did you expect Ears to do? Let her live? You could feed the story to her old man?
Now, look, Eddie, I took one rap for a killing. I'm not going to be mixed up in another one. Especially if it's the DA that's going to be bumped. Include me out. I only signed up for that picture stunt to frame Vance. No murder for Marie. No, thank you.
You think I'll leave you alive if you don't come in with us on this?
Well, sure, you know I won't talk.
Yeah, sure I know it. I'm making sure of it right now.
Eddie, you...
Another few seconds and it'll all be over. You said no murder for Marie, huh? How wrong you were, honey. How wrong you were.
Markham. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, Ellen. I'm all right now. My head feels like a pumpkin.
What about mine? I got slugged, too, right after they knocked you out. But we're still in that printing joint, I know that much.
Yes. It's getting dark out. Oh, I wish I'd left word where we were bound for. Nobody knows we're here, Ellen.
And nobody knows how tight these ropes are around my hands and feet. I'm tied up to a printing press, I think.
I think I'm pretty well anchored here myself. I wish I had the explanation for all this.
It's very simple. Or at least it's simple to Vance, wherever he is.
I know where I wish he was, right here.
Shh. Listen. What? The door just opened outside.
It's Vance. He's come down to find us.
Oh.
Vance. Vance. In here.
Beautiful voice he's got, right, Eddie? Beautiful.
It's those two characters, Ellen, Stevens and Mackley.
That's right. Who did you expect, your friend Vance?
Let's not say expect. Let's say hope.
Good word. Lady, you're soon going to join Mrs. Allen and an ex-girlfriend of mine in another world.
You killed them? Why?
Don't take all the credit, Eddie. I knocked off Mrs. Allen.
Yeah, you did, Iz, and very nicely.
You mean beautifully?
Have it your way. Markham, about your friend Vance, he'll be gone for a couple of weeks. And the way things are going, by the time he gets back, we'll be out of this country. Okay, Iz. Slug the dame again and we'll cut him out of here.
What?
I'll
Okay.
take care of the DA.
You just untie me
You
and
keep
I'll...
away from me, you goon.
Watch this, Eddie. I'll show you not this way you're knocking a dame on the noggin.
I
Watch
don't...
you.
Vance!
Vance!
Vance, where did you come from?
You should be more concerned about where you're going.
Slug him, Vance. Slug the bum.
Ellen, remember, you're a lady. Slug the bum, Vance. Really let him have it.
Trying. Pretty tough. You're so right. I'm going to...
Vance, that last smack was a dilly.
A beaut.
Whew, I'm glad you're not angry with me.
Not at all, Ellen. While I'm getting you out of these ropes, I'll tell you I'm very pleased with you. You did exactly what I wanted you to do while I pretended to be out of town.
What was that all about, Vance?
I'll explain that some other time, Markham. Also how I figured out the racket Eddie Stevens was in. Like to hear it?
I sure would, as soon as I get out of these ropes.
Yeah. Ellen's free now. Markham, you're next.
Sounds like a barbershop.
It should. You and I, Ellen, really had a close shave.
Ready?
Don't you ever miss Vance?
Of course I do, once in a while. Your turn, Markham.
Hey, wait a minute. What about me? I'd like a shot at one of those clay pigeons.
Use my gun, Ellen.
Thanks. Okay. Ready? Oh, well. Here's your gun back, Vance. Not very good. Doesn't shoot where I aim. Well, it doesn't.
Vance, I think I've waited long enough. Will you please tell me what the lead was in the Blue Penny murder case?
Of course, Markham. It was very simple. The ink wasn't dry on the title page of that song we found in Mrs. Allen's apartment, right?
That's right. Some of it came off on your finger.
Well, Markham, if that was a legitimate copy of the song, it would have been printed months ago. Apparently, someone was bootlegging copies of Blue Penny. But who?
Always a good question.
I found out Eddie Stevens' plant could handle music. And when I went there, he wouldn't allow me to inspect the presses. I was sure then that I was on the right track. I pretended to fall for their blackmail photo scheme and had Ellen check the shop where Mrs. Allen bought her music. That led her and you, Stevens, and his friend. And I came out of hiding in time to handle them when they were about to mishandle you.
They killed Mrs. Allen because she was on their trail and they knew she'd give her husband the whole story and he'd print it, eh?
That was the motive. A little hard to find, but the motive just the same.
I heard enough from Stevens while I was tied up to convict him, Vance. So I guess when I put him and Ayers on trial, that'll be the end of them.
Of them and the Blue Penny murder case.
Calling all detectives. I don't know whether or not you're superstitious, but I once had a case of a prize fighter who thought he'd been jinxed to death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Believe me, Jerry Browning, private detective, it doesn't take much to turn a champ into a chump. As I walked into Lefty McGonagall's restaurant, bar, and grill, I saw Kid Boyle and his manager, Jojo, at a table across the room. Kid Boyle was a clever lightweight who'd been coming up fast. Jojo waved at me, so I strolled over to their table.
Hello, Jerry. Meet Kid Boyle.
Hello, Kid. The smart money says you'll take bar talk in your fight tomorrow.
Sure wish I thought so, Jerry. Me, I just told Jojo I'm jinxed. Ain't got a chance.
Jojo, his manager, laughed loudly.
Jerry, this clown just broke a mirror. So right away he thinks he's through.
I pulled out a chair, sat down. Kid, I'm surprised at you. Broken mirrors, black cats, that stuff is hokum right out of the Dark Ages.
You think so?
I know so. Forget it. The kid brightened, began to eat. A minute later, he reached for the salt, spilled some, threw a pinch of it over his shoulder.
That means I'm going to have a fight.
Of course you will. A fight with Bartok tomorrow. And you'd have it whether you spilled the salt or not.
Yeah, that's a fact.
The rest of the dinner went along without trouble. Then I took out cigarettes, passed them around. I lit a match.
Jerry, not 3 on a match. That's the worst kind of bad luck.
Oh, here we go again. Listen, kid, that superstition started several wars ago, when enemy sharpshooters could snipe at a soldier holding a match too long. Ever since, people have been knocking themselves out over it.
Jerry, I think you could cure me of superstition if you'd work for me for a while. How about you dragging me up out of the Dark Ages?
When Kid Boyle hired me to cure him of superstition, I discovered that what he really wanted was for me to bring him good luck. I walked him down the aisle toward the ring the next night. Look, kid, forget superstition. Go in there and knock Bartok kicking.
Yeah, sure. Hey, rub my head for luck, will you, Jerry?
The fight was short and snappy. In the first round, the kid caught Bartok in a neutral corner and hit Bartok with everything except the corner. The fight was over in less than a minute and a half. They shoved the microphone under the kid's nose, asked him how he'd done it.
Nothing to it. I hit him with a lucky punch.
That was enough for me. I talked to the kid's manager in the dressing room. Jojo, the kid's all yours. He doesn't want to be cured of superstition. He wants me for our mascot. I quit as of right now. In the next 6 months, Kid Boyle shot up through the lightweight ranks with a succession of fast KOs. Then one day I got a panicky call from the kid. Could I please come right over? He was in a bad jam.
Jerry, maybe you think it's superstition, but I tell you, this is serious. Marty Morton, the champ, has given me a shot at the title. But the fight is scheduled for Friday the 13th. Who can beat a jinx like that?
His manager looked at me, rolled his eyes.
That ain't the waste of it, Jerry. You know the managers always cut for which one gets the best dressing room for his boy. So we cut. And you know what I cut?
No, what?
He cut the ace of spades, that's what. The ace of spades. It stands for death. Oh, Jerry, I'll be killed in this fight. I'm as good as dead.
Well, I argued, pleaded, bullied. But, kid, you can't lose. The odds are all with you. The smart money is on you. Kid, you'll win and be the best lightweight champ in ring history.
All I ask is one thing, Jerry. Will you come to my funeral?
What can you do with a guy like that? Jojo and I did the only thing possible. We kept him away from reporters. Just the same, the story leaked. Those things always do. And what happened? The odds went even higher in Kid Boyle's favor. Everybody figured the superstition stuff was a gag released by Jojo to push the odds down. On the night of the fight, Friday the 13th, the big arena was a sellout. I had a ringside seat.
I got your ticket right under my corner, Jerry. It's my farewell present to you. You're a good guy. Maybe you'll even be a pallbearer for me.
Maybe the kid thought he was doomed, but from the way he came tearing out of his corner at the bell, it was plain that he intended to die fighting. He had a reputation as a hard, clean hitter. So did the champ, Morton, so there was plenty of action right from the gong. It was a kid's fight almost from the start. He was faster, hit harder than the champ, and in the third round, the champ went down for a short count. He bounced right up again, but anybody could see he'd been hurt. At the end of that round, Jojo took the water bucket from one of the handlers, sponged the kid's face carefully. Just before the bell, the kid leaned over toward me.
Hey, Jerry, sure looks like I was wrong. I'm getting this guy.
Only seconds after the fourth round started, the kid ran into a right hand thrown by Morton. The next instant, he hit the canvas and lay still. Morton went to a neutral corner. The referee started counting, and I got so excited I started to pound the ring post. My hand slipped and went smack up against the sponge with which JoJo had wiped the kid's face. I wiped my wet hand on my jacket. Then I sniffed. Stop the fight! Stop the fight! The kid's been drugged! It was quite a riot while it lasted, but they stopped the fight because I had the evidence. The sponge had been saturated with a drug, and in front of thousands of witnesses, JoJo had swabbed his boy with sleepy sauce. It was an old story. A fight manager who'd made a deal to throw his boy, bet heavily on the opposition to win. He'd played on the kid's superstition, and when that didn't seem to be working, he made doubly sure with the dope.
Please, give me another chance. I'll square myself. Give me a little time.
So they gave him time. 5 years. As for the kid, he got a return match with Morton, won easily, held the championship for almost 5 years, retired undefeated. And as far as I know, was never superstitious again. Like I said, if you get the wishbone, you may think you're lucky. But I ask you to consider what happened to the chicken that had it in the first place. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Long Way Home.
The valley floor gave off the kind of heat that ate into you, stayed. I wondered why some 800,000 people voluntarily made the San Fernando Valley their home. That was their problem. My problem at the moment was to make a right turn off Riverside Drive, and I did. 4 or 5 blocks north, I saw the name on the redwood post by the driveway. Mr. and Mrs. Enos Harper. Yeah, this was it. I drove in the drive into the cool oasis, an orderly wilderness of pepper trees, palms, evergreens, and everything else I'd ever seen grown in Southern California. The house sat well back on the lot, very neat. Also redwood to match the post by the driveway. I got out of the car and walked across the grass toward the slightly stooped figure clipping the hedge on the far side of the lot.
I didn't hear you coming.
I'm sorry. Hope I didn't frighten you. I'm Philip Marlowe. You Mr. Harper?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Marlowe. I'm glad you're here. Here, I'll pull up this chair.
Oh, that's all right. I'll get it.
It's all right. I've got it now.
Oh.
There. Sit down, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, well, how about you?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll keep on clipping the hedge here while we talk. I feel better doing something, you know.
Oh, sure.
We could go into the house, I guess, if you'd rather. Well, it bothers me to be in there now.
Yeah, I expect it does. How long's she been gone, Mr. Harper?
Since Monday morning.
Oh?
About 9 o'clock, I guess it was. She got the laundry together, said she was running the laundromat, and that's the last time I saw her.
Monday, that's 2 days ago. Did she take the car?
No, Amy doesn't drive. I offered to drive her. The laundromat's about 5 blocks from here, in that little community center on Riverside. You probably passed it.
Oh, yeah.
And she said no. She thought the walk would do her good.
And she hasn't called or anything since, huh?
No, nothing.
Oh. Well, how about friends, relatives?
Well, I've inquired around the neighborhood. You see, we haven't lived here long, Mr. Marlowe. We're not really what you call well acquainted with anyone here.
You mean the valley?
Well, in California, really. We're from New Jersey. Came out here right after the first of the year. Amy always wanted to live in California. Well, we moved out.
Yeah, but about those relatives, you didn't say what...
Why, I have none living. Amy does have a cousin out here, Cousin Beatrice. That's all I've ever heard her called, Beatrice. She lives in Burbank. I've never met her. Seems like I've always been busy when Amy's gone over there. Cousin Ray usually picks Amy up. That's Cousin Beatrice's husband.
Well, have you called there since Amy's disappearance?
Oh, yes, a number of times, but there's been no answer. And that's odd, too.
How odd?
Cousin Beatrice is an invalid, Amy says. That's why she's never come to call on us. Well, perhaps they were out when I called.
Maybe so. Tell me, Mr. Harper, you and Amy, have you been happy together? I mean, you haven't quarreled or anything.
Oh, no, Mr. Marlowe. Amy and I have never raised our voices to one another. We've been very happy.
Yeah. Well, there isn't much to go on. Oh, by the way, if you checked the hospital, you know, there could have been an accident.
I thought of that first. Yes, I've called them. No one fitting Amy's description.
Oh, that's the point about that description. You have a recent picture of your wife?
Oh, yes, of course. Will you come in the house, Mr. Marlowe? I'll get one for you.
Okay, sure.
Ah, dear. Amy loved it here, Mr. Marlowe. Flowers, big trees, all those plants you see. Amy cared for them, watered, cultivated them.
Yeah.
This is her garden, Mr. Marlowe. I'm just trying to keep it nice for her.
He turned finally, a slight little gray man, led the way into the house. I felt sorry for him. Didn't take much to figure that his Amy was his whole life. And in his mild, gentle way, his heart was broken. Inside the house, as neat and well-kept as Enos Harper himself, I got the first real shock of the day. Because the Amy I'd pictured in my mind as Enos spoke of her was nothing at all like the portrait he handed me from the mantel.
She's beautiful, isn't she, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah. Yes, she is.
Yes. She's young, too. Much younger than I.
Yeah, much?
I'm a very lucky man, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, about this picture, do you have a smaller one I can take with me?
Why, yes. One of these on the desk should be about the right size, I should think.
I hadn't spotted the gallery on the desk across the room until Enos started for him. A quick count, and I came up with 7 pictures of Amy, carefully arranged along the top ledge of the desk. All different, all beautiful. Sensational is a better word, I think. The tinted one showed the hair to be ash blonde, the eyes large and brown, and the mouth full. Enos broke the spell.
This one, Mr. Marlowe, I believe it's Amy's favorite.
Oh, thanks. This'll do fine.
I'd want it back later.
Oh, sure, you bet.
Now then, is there anything more, anything else that might be helpful?
Well, let's see. Oh, yeah, that Cousin Beatrice, Cousin Ray, their address and phone in Burbank, huh? And if they have a last name, that would help.
Well, I don't have their address, but I imagine it's in the book. Name's Quinlan.
Quinlan?
Ray Quinlan, Burbank.
Okay. And by the way, you said the laundromat your wife patronized is in the community center on Riverside?
On the north side of the street, just a few doors east of where you turn to come up here.
Oh, right.
I'll be waiting, Mr. Marlowe. If you find out anything.
Oh, sure. Right away. The little community had no name, but it had everything else. A series of one of each shops and services, all the way from health foods to a branch bank. Well, I parked on the street in front of the laundromat and studied the picture of Amy Harper again. Tried to figure her with a laundry bundle and couldn't. Tried to figure her with Enos and decided to go back to the laundry bundle. Made more sense. I went inside. Never smelled anything so clean.
Morning. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a line on someone, a Mrs. Harper. Do you know her?
Mrs. Harper.
Mrs. Enos Harper. Oh, here. Now, look at this. She looks like this.
Oh, Amy, sure.
Yeah, well, when's the last time you saw her?
Well, let's see. A day or so ago, I guess. Let me check the bundles here. That'd tell us.
Let's see. Oh, here we are. Monday it was. Monday morning, I think.
Yeah, well, what I'd like...
Excuse me, but my daughter's double parked out in front. Can I pick up my laundry?
You can if you got the right ticket.
Oh, yes, here it is.
Banning. Just washed, was it, Mrs. Banning? No ironing?
Just washed.
Here we go. That's 62 cents.
Well, for once I had the right change.
Thank you. Can I take it out for you, Mrs. Banning?
Oh, thank you. No, I can manage. Oh, and thank you for letting me barge in.
Oh, think nothing of it.
What do you mean, you're trying to get a line on Amy?
Oh, well, just that. Anyone ever come in with her?
No, can't remember anyone.
Well, can you remember if you noticed anything special about her when she came in Monday?
Yeah?
What?
You got her picture.
Yeah, I mean besides that.
No, she was just Amy.
Uh-huh.
You want to pick up her laundry?
I don't have her ticket. I was doing great, huh? Enos had told me Amy went to the laundromat on Monday morning, and now I knew as much as he did. Well, I took a picture with me into all the transportation offices around, bus, train, plane, car rental. Everyone liked the picture, but no one had sold her a ticket on anything. The supermarket and the drugstore were every bit as helpful, and then I remembered her green thumb.
Well, I must say I've seen her many times. Many times. With Mr. Harper, of course.
Well, do you think you might have seen her Monday?
No, not Mrs. Harper. I do believe Mr. Harper was in Monday, though. Seems to me it was about his zinnias.
Yeah, well...
Or was it his asters?
I really couldn't say.
I believe it was his asters. Of course, it really doesn't matter too much. They're the same family, you know.
Who?
Zinnias and asters, same family.
Oh.
Compositae, you know, that's the family name.
I'm impressed. But look, I want to tell you...
Can you imagine they used to be called starwort?
Huh?
Starwort, what a nasty little name for an aster.
Have you got a Burbank phone directory?
No, I beg pardon?
A Burbank phone directory.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the Harpers.
I thought we were, too. Starwort.
Yeah?
Ray Quinlan?
That's right.
Oh, well, I'm Philip Marlowe, investigating the possible disappearance of Amy Harper.
Amy. Oh, come in.
Thanks.
Come in.
I understand that she's your wife's cousin?
What? Oh, Beatrice, yeah. Sit down, Marlowe.
Oh, thanks.
Enos hired you, huh?
Yeah, that's right. He says he's tried to call here several times and no answer.
How long has Amy been missing?
Since Monday morning. Took some laundry to the laundromat, and that's all anybody knows. Have you seen her since then? Heard from her?
No, I sure haven't. We halfway expected to hear from Amy Monday, too. Usually do, but we didn't.
Well, how about your wife? Can I talk to her?
Beatrice isn't here. I took her to the hospital this morning. They're going to operate later today.
Oh, I hope it does the trick.
Yes, so do we.
Well, that's right. Enos says she's an invalid.
Yeah, that's right. How about Amy? That's all you know? Just that she left for the laundromat?
And got there. That's about it.
It's crazy. Amy wouldn't just disappear.
Wouldn't she?
No. No, I don't think she would.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the book, Mr. Quinlan, Central Directory. If you get any ideas, call me, huh?
Yeah, I will.
Oh, by the way, were they happy together, the Harpers?
Yes. As far as I know.
The late afternoon sun was just at eye level as I headed west again on Riverside Drive. Cousin Ray was a brown, solid man, not fat, but husky. Not too tall, 5'10" maybe, must be about 35 or so. Enos wasn't home when I got back to Amy's natural habitat, so on a hunch, nothing more, I checked with the next-door neighbor. Mrs. Brownlee, her name was spooning her yogurt straight and propelling her patio glider like she was closing in on the finish line of the Honolulu yacht races.
Well,
I saw her coming out of the laundromat and offered her a ride home. Monday was just real warm, you may remember.
Oh, Lulu, yeah.
Well, yes, you might put it that way. Anyway, I told her I was driving right after her. I picked up some wheat germ and some blackstrap molasses. I'd be going home, and that she was welcome to ride with me. And she gave me that nice smile of hers and says, "No, thanks, Miss Brownlee. The walk will do me good." Now, just why a walk in the hot sun would do anyone any good is beyond me. But I'm not one to push myself onto other people. And the ride was there. She could take it or leave it.
Yeah, tell me, did you see her after that?
Yes, I did. This time from across the street. But there's no mistaking her for anyone else, you know.
No, I don't suppose there is.
Well, there she was, going into Pliny.
Just a minute. Pliny's?
The camera shop. Pliny Branstadter's place. Hocus pocus, out of focus. That's what Mr. Browning calls Pliny. But then they're in the lodge together, you know.
Yeah. That makes all the difference.
Well, I really wouldn't know if she was or not. You see, Pliny's not here. He had to go to Hollywood for supplies. I don't work here. I'm his wife.
Yeah, but if Mrs. Harper left some pictures here or picked some up, there'd be a record of it, wouldn't there?
Yes, I suppose there would. I just left the door open to keep cool. We're really supposed to be closed.
Yeah, I realize that. Well, I just thought for a member of the lodge, you know, Pliny might be willing to...
Why didn't you say so?
Well...
Left your emblem on your other suit, I'll bet.
Yeah.
Oh, Pliny does it all the time. You men.
That's right.
I'm in the auxiliary.
Are you really?
Mm-hmm. Well, now, let's have a look here. Pictures from Mrs. Harper. Ought to be here. If they're back yet. Amy Harper?
That's right.
There you are, Mr. Harper.
Oh.
That'll be 73 cents, including tax.
Oh, about that.
73 cents, Mr. Harper.
Oh. Yeah, well, I want to tell you two things. I think Mrs. Harper would want to pick these up herself, and, I'm not Mr. Harper. I slowed to a walk around the corner, got in my car, and thought about what I'd seen. A cozy selection of pictures taken at the beach, of Amy mostly. But one or two of Cousin Ray lifting weights yet. And one of Amy and Ray together. Who took it? Enos? Cousin Beatrice? I don't think so. Well, it was almost dark now as I eased the car into Enos's driveway. And when I got there, it was dark. The sky above still held the afterglow of early evening. But the web of compact trees and shrubs that surrounded the Harper house made patches of blackness all around me. I got out of the car and I saw a light somewhere in the back of the house. And back there, too, a faint sound I couldn't distinguish. There was a sudden movement from the hedge behind.
Stay out of it, Marlowe. Stay out of it.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, a crossword puzzle traps a criminal tonight on most of these same stations when CBS Radio brings you Gangbusters. This latest Gangbusters thriller, titled The Case of the Missouri Puzzle, is law enforcement at its cleverest. Tonight on CBS Radio, you're cordially invited to sit in as an armchair sleuth and enjoy the case confronting Gangbusters. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Long Way Home.
There was a sharp knot of pain at the top of my spine. But the bulldozer who jumped me from behind wouldn't settle for that. My face smashed into the dew-soaked grass, and I inhaled a lungful of wet Vigoro while someone with the strength of 10 flailed away at my back. Why I wanted to turn over and take it head-on, I'll never know. But I kept trying to turn. I slithered instead, slid along the wet grass with a vice on my back. A vice with a voice that kept hounding me.
Stay out of it, Marlowe. Stay out of it. Hopper! You had it, Marlowe. Hopper! Hopper!
Get off my property now. Go on, get over here.
Hey, Hopper. Mr. Marlowe.
What's left of me, you...
I don't understand, Mr. Marlowe. What happened? Who was it?
3 guesses.
What do you mean?
Skip it.
Well, you better come into the house, Mr. Marlowe. Yeah, I'll help you. Easy.
Is it loud enough for you to hear out back?
Loud enough? Oh, yes, I came running, didn't I?
Yeah, you sure did.
Well, come along now. I'll take care of you, Mr. Marlowe.
Someone beat you to it, Enos.
There now. You should feel better.
Should I? Hey, Enos.
Yes?
You like the beach?
Why, it's all right, Mr. Marlowe. I'm not much of a swimmer anymore. Well, Amy never cared for the beach, so we never went.
Uh-huh.
Now, why do you ask?
I don't know. Why do you ask anything?
Mr. Marlowe, I know you've been through a lot. I wouldn't blame you if you'd want to give up looking for Amy. If you would.
Forget it, Enos. I'll give up anything. Well, so far the case added up to a stiff back and a head wrapped in a tight band of steel with built-in hammer. A few quick blasts at the pint in the glove department helped not at all. But something drove the car. The stop at the hospital in Burbank could have been for personal reasons. The attendant at the main floor desk looked real surprised when I asked what floor Cousin Beatrice was on.
It's nearly 9:30. Visiting hours are over at 8:30.
Oh, well, I lost track of time, I guess. Can you tell me where she is anyway? I'll come back tomorrow.
What did you say the name was?
Quinlan, Mrs. Ray, or Mrs. Beatrice. Could be either one.
Mm-hmm. Quackenbush. Quinby. That's it. No Quinlan list.
You sure?
I just looked. Are you sure?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm not. Thanks for asking me.
Oh, Marlowe, come in.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, you look all in.
I'm fine. What hospital's your wife in, Quinlan?
Why?
The one about 3 blocks from here, just up on Riverside?
Yeah,
Who made her up, Quinlan? You or Amy?
What do you mean made her up?
Amy never had a cousin Beatrice like you never had a wife of the same name.
Well, you know that much. You know where Amy is?
No. I may get another psychic flash any minute now, like the one I got when you were unlacing my spine a while back.
You shouldn't have found out about those pictures. More than that, you shouldn't have gone to tell Enos about them. There's a lot he don't know. Amy doesn't want to hurt the old guy. We've been trying to figure out how to tell him. Have you got any leads on her?
Not any real ones. Hey, wait a minute. You really don't know where she is.
I knew I'd be with her.
No. Hey, tell me, how'd you meet her?
At a bar over in Riverside near where she lives.
Yeah?
She'd already invented Cousin Beatrice all by herself to give her someplace to go. Well, we liked it being together. Got kind of brave about it after a while. Sometimes I go right up to her door for her. The rest of the time, we have a regular corner where I pick her up.
This corner, is it near her house?
Not far. I was supposed to pick her up Monday, but she didn't show up.
Yeah. Hey, you know, it's funny. I was all set to beat your head flat when I came in. All of a sudden, I don't feel like it. When I got back to the car, I thought my head would cave in. Every inch of me screamed with pain, and sometimes you got to give in to these things. I tried for home, but I only made it to a motel on Riverside. I was out before the light was. I found a barber shop and black coffee the next morning in the community center near Harper's. It was a thick, fuzzy 10 o'clock when I reeled out onto the street and headed toward my car.
That's the one, Tommy. The tall man.
Hey, you there. Wait a minute.
Me?
Yeah, you. You sure, honey?
I'm sure, all right.
Well, what's the trouble? I do something wrong, Mrs. Pliny?
Pliny thinks so.
tell him.
Well, posing as a lodge brother when you're not is pretty serious, mister. I don't like that.
Well, I don't think much of it myself now that I think of it.
But we'll skip that. What I want to know is what's the deal with those pictures of Mrs. Harper's?
No deal? Why?
Everybody's looking at them. Nobody's picking them up or paying for them.
Wait a minute. Do that slow.
All right. First, Mrs. Harper comes in. Monday it was, Monday. And they're not ready yet. She says she'll pick them up later that day. She don't come back. A guy does, though. He just looks at them, smiles, and says she'll get them.
Who was he, do you know?
Well, I don't know him. He a young guy, brown hair, got a tan.
Well?
Well, in about an hour, another guy comes in, and he looks, but he don't buy. Then last evening, you
Now, wait a
come
minute.
in.
That second guy, Pliny, he's older. Small man, gray, about 60?
Yeah. Now, here's my problem. Who wants those pictures?
Not your problem, Pliny, old boy. It's mine. The house was open, so I walked in. Enos was out in the back, pouring something out of a sack onto a flower bed along the back fence, then working it into the soil around the flowers. I looked around and found a bedroom that had to be Amy's. Everything was neat, in order. I turned and started out of the room, and then I saw it sticking out from under a cologne bottle on her dressing table. I picked it up, and as I turned to go out, 3 matched pieces of luggage pointed an accusing finger. And then I found my way back into the garden.
Hi. Good morning, Mr. Marlowe. Have you found out anything?
Yeah, I think I have. This laundry ticket, Enos, I found it in Amy's room.
Oh?
Why didn't you tell me the truth in the first place?
I don't know what you mean.
Amy was here after she left for the laundromat. The ticket proves it.
Well,
You found out about Cousin Ray, didn't you, Enos? You looked at the pictures in the camera shop. Maybe you'd suspected for a long time, and this cinched it. So you picked her up on the corner instead of Ray, and you came home.
Mr.
And you had a big, fat fight about Ray, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, we did. I said some horrible things, Mr. Marlowe. Horrible things.
Now you're sorry. You want it back, don't you?
Right. I'd give anything to have her back, Mr. Marlowe. I love her, you know.
Yeah, I know. Enos, I looked through Amy's closet. It's pretty full of clothes. Her luggage is still there.
Yes. Amy has a lot of clothes. She wears them well, too.
Amy didn't go very far, Enos.
No.
The man in the garden shop says you're the gardener around here. Not Amy.
Did he?
That sack of lime is almost empty, Enos. 50 pounds is a lot for a garden, isn't it?
Depends on what use you put it to, Mr. Marlowe.
Did you have to kill her, Enos?
To keep her, I did. She wanted to leave me. Go away with him. I couldn't stand that.
Did you think I wouldn't figure it out?
I didn't know. But I had to find out. Didn't I, Mr. Marlowe?
He came with me quietly. Everything about him was quiet and neat and gray. He was the mildest, gentlest man I ever met, and yet he had killed the thing he loved most, his Amy. For the oldest reason in the world. She wasn't his anymore. What was it the old man said? I had to find out, didn't I, Mr. Marlowe? Yeah. Curiosity killed the cat. It also killed Amy.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Bill Johnstone as Enos Harper and Jack Moyles as Ray Quinlan, with Mary Lansing, Sam Edwards, Junius Matthews, Vivi Janis, and Peter Leeds. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time the parlay was divorce, the kidnapping, the blackmail. And everybody was a wise guy, the dame, the racket boss, and the private eye. But the wisest guy of them all turned out to be an 8-year-old kid.
What a combination for Tin Pan Alley fans. Steve Allen is MC. His vocalists this week are Peggy Lee and Johnny Desmond. Song publisher J.J. Robbins, band representative Mark Hanna, and composer Mitchell Parrish are the judges. There will be 4 brand new songs for sale tonight on CBS Radio on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. At the end of today's broadcast, you will hear an in-person report from an outstanding undercover counter-espionage agent for the U.S. government, Angela Calamiris. Now, the case of the Pretty Plant.
You made nice time through this New York traffic, Sam. Now wait here, please.
Oh, my.
Good evening, madam. Are you the landlady?
I own the house, but I guess you'd say I'm the landlady.
Well, my name is Peters. My credentials?
Can't see without my glasses. If you'll wait just a minute.
Well, never mind. I'm a United States counter-spy.
Mister, you could be the president. I still haven't got a vacancy. Not even the top floor rear, $6 a week bath on the 5th floor sheets changed every week.
I don't want a room, madam. You have a boarder named Scuba. Can you tell me what room he's in?
Oh, Mr. Scuba. Never had a better paying tenant in 22 years. No, 23. Come in.
Thank you.
He's got the 2nd floor parlor front, $12 a week, bath with towels twice a week.
Well, you don't have to go up, madam. If you'll just tell me
Got
which...
to go up to the 3rd floor anyway. Miss Tillinghaft's got a leak again. Watch the bottom step. Prophet's torn.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, I've got to go so slow. But my heart's not what it used to be.
No. Yes.
Whew. Landing. Good rule always to take a rest on each landing. Adds years to your life.
Mr. Scuba's room?
This one right here.
Oh.
I'm sure he's in. Tommy?
Excuse me. Just a second. Is this John Scuba?
Sure, that's him, only I never would have dreamed he'd go to sleep all dressed. And... He's not asleep.
He's dead.
Counterspy, New York Field Office.
Hello, Miss Morgan. This is Peters. Mr. Harding get in from Washington yet?
About 5 minutes ago, Mr. Peters. Just a second.
Hello, Peter. Bad news, Mr. Harding. John Scuba's been strangled and the document's not in his room.
What do you make of it?
Chief, I was in Oklahoma City this afternoon and got your wire to come here, grab this fellow, and meet you. I don't know the case at all.
Remain where you are, Peters. I'll hop right over.
And I've questioned the landlady, Chief. She was in her own apartment downstairs all evening.
What about the other boarders?
7 were home. None saw or heard anything. Strangling can be quiet.
Well, I left word for an examination crew to follow me here. They'll give the whole place a going over. Anything in these drawers here?
Shirts, underwear, and so on. Chief, who is, or rather was, Scuba? What's the missing document?
Well, the tip came through our regular domestic counterespionage division. Scuba, a courier for a certain communist spy ring, was ready to change sides. Hey, how about this closet here?
Ordinary clothes. He an American?
In the process of becoming a citizen. Obviously, his bosses learned he was going to change sides. Now, the document is supposed to be a list of about 5,000 prominent citizens around the country who might be blackmailed with facts about them.
Blackmail? By spies?
That's an old Nazi stunt. Their agents used to compile blackmail material, real or forged, against prominent people in countries surrounding Germany. They'd use it to prevent these people from resisting Nazi activities. Same idea here, only used by communists, and much more efficiently.
If that list gets out of this country, Chief.
We mustn't let it because... What's this?
Little package? I don't know. I haven't touched it.
From Weiner's Drugstore, 1217 Harper Avenue.
Scuba bought some toothpaste, I suppose.
Maybe, but on the other hand, this package may tell us exactly who killed Scuba. You wait here for the crew, Peters. I'm taking this right back to the field office for examination.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, darling.
Oh, I was 15 minutes late myself, Don.
Say, this isn't the table I told Jocko to reserve.
Don't bother. Cozy enough.
You're looking lovely as always, Irene. Cocktail?
We've already had a Gibson.
I'll join you at another. Then canapes?
Pate.
We'll make that 2. Then what?
Capon?
Filet of sole for me.
What's the matter?
I have a surprise for you. Shall I tell you now?
Oh, no, of course.
Well, it's not only a surprise. It's a gift from me to you. How would you like to take a trip to the Azores? By plane, leaving Tuesday, day after tomorrow. Stay there a week and fly back.
Don! Oh, it's wonderful. Traveling's my favorite thing.
I was sure you'd like it. I've already booked the flight for you. My Aunt Stella will put you up. You met her in New York last winter, you remember?
Oh, perfectly. Well, she has a large villa in the Azores, hasn't she?
On a hilltop overlooking the water. And I'll give you something to take to her. Gift for her, too.
Good. She's going to have a virtual stranger for a guest. A guest can at least bring a gift.
I have it in my pocket. I'll give it to you later.
Jewelry? Now, don't get me in trouble with the customs anywhere, Don.
No, it's a list.
A list? How dumb.
Well, Aunt Stella's active in various international relief organizations. There's a list of people all over the states who might contribute. I got it up for her.
Oh, Doug, did you pick up my perfume at Weiner's Drugstore? What, Doug? What's the...
Yes, I did, Irene, but I'm afraid I forgot it somewhere.
Oh, Doug, what a stupid thing to do.
Yes, I know.
Well, we can go by later and pick it up, remember?
No. Well, I imagine the place will be closed. I'll get some really good perfume somewhere else tomorrow.
But, Doug, I can't use the regular commercial brand. Weiner's been making this hyacinth blend for me for a long time.
Irene, this is very important. I want you never to go to Weiner's again. If you're ever asked, you must deny that I picked up that package for you today.
I better know why, Doug.
Because I've made a serious mistake. If it's ever found out, I won't be able...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
This is Miss Irene Storm?
Yes.
You are Mr. Irving Duncan?
Who are you?
I'm a United States counterspy. You're both under arrest. Several of my men are scattered among the other patrons. Will you come with me, please? We have arrived. Will you both get out?
Dunk, what is it?
Better go.
Straight ahead to the house.
House way off by itself. A funny place for counterspies to operate.
We pick our basis of operation to suit the case, Miss Storm. Just a moment. Come in. This way, Miss Storm, please. Wait in there, please. Don't try to leave. The house is thoroughly guarded. Thank you. Now, if you'll step into the living room with me, Mr. Duncan. Now, first, Mr. Duncan, the document you're carrying in your inside jacket pocket. Let me have it.
Very well.
Thank you. The murder of Scuba was well done, Mr. Duncan.
I never heard of anybody named Scuba.
You would never have been detected except that I was in the next room, the vacant one. I left a moment after you did.
I deny everything. I demand my constitutional rights. I insist upon being allowed to phone my attorney.
That's very good, Mr. Duncan.
What?
Look at this ring on my finger. Notice the pattern of tiny scratches? You understand.
Valviki. You? I didn't know you were even in this country.
This list is important. I had to be sure my orders to liquidate Scuba were carried out correctly. I am satisfied. As far as you are concerned, did everything go well?
Yes, perfectly. As to the list, Irene Storm is ready to leave the day after tomorrow.
I wonder if you confused beauty with reliability.
Beauty was...
I didn't pose as a counterspy this evening to amuse myself, Duncan. I'm afraid your Irene Storm is a real counterspy agent.
Mr. Harding? Come in, Peter. I left the crew working at the boarding house, Chief. Looks like a dead end. How about that little package? Take a whiff of this bottle. Smells expensive. Now, here's some litmus paper. Pour a little on. Turns blue. Because this perfume contains a special coloring agent. Put in by Weiner? Why? Weiner's is a famous old-style drugstore, Peters. He makes up special perfumes for a few favored customers. Of course, anybody might buy perfume there, so... At first, I wasn't sure what finding this package in Scuba's room meant. But this color test, which is prearranged between us and Weiner's, proves it was made for a certain person. It's a means of identification and has several uses. You mean a woman you know bought it and left it in Scuba's room? That's what I'm not sure of. Now, flip that light switch, will you, Peter? I want to show you a sound film clip taken earlier today. That's Weiner's drugstore. Empty at the moment. Strictly 1890. Yes, no fountain, no chromium, just prescriptions. Now, these films were taken from a closet in a back room at Weiner's. The camera covers the prescription counter, and as you see, the two chairs for customers while orders are made up in the back. Mm-hmm. Now.
Good afternoon, sir.
That's old man Weiner.
Good afternoon. Help you, sir?
You have a package from Miss Irene Storm. She asked me to pick it up for her.
Oh, yes, sir. The hyacinth perfume. It's right here.
How much is it?
I send Miss Storm a monthly bill, sir.
Oh, will you wrap the bottle, please?
Just take a seat for a moment, sir. I'll be right back.
Yes.
That's the man who liquidated Scuba, Peters. Irving Duncan poses as a travel agent. Unfortunately, according to the report I just received, he eluded surveillance tonight. He's the one who left the package in that room by mistake. I'm sure it was a mistake because he must realize by now it can be traced to Weiner's, from Weiner's to Irene Storm, and Irene Storm might give him away. Unless she's in the ring, too. She is.
Here you are, sir, the package for Miss Storm.
Thank you.
Good day.
Good day.
Now, that's all. Chief, the coloring agent is put only into perfume made for this Irene Storm as identification, you said. And as an excuse to go to Weiner's, or to expose certain individuals to our observation post. Then Irene Storm is... Of course. She's a counterspy.
You are listening to the case of the Pretty Plant on Counterspy. And later you will meet in person one of our government's most daring counter-espionage agents, Angela Calamiris. For your Christmas Eve listening pleasure, there's another hour-and-a-half broadcast of NBC's Sunday extravaganza, The Big Show, Later today over most of these NBC stations. The glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead will preside as usual, and her stars include Jimmy Durante, Ed Wynn, Charles Boyer, Margaret O'Brien, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. There's another outstanding production by Theatre Guild on the air today also. It's Charles Dickens' classic David Copperfield, and Boris Karloff stars as the grasping Uriah Heep. The immortal pages of Dickens come to life later on Theatre Guild on the air. Now, back to Counterspy.
Now, Miss Storm, I hope you weren't bored waiting.
Bored? Hardly. Angry? Quite. I demand to know why I'm being held.
Duncan can't hear us, Miss Storm. Have you seen Mr. Harding lately? Or Peters?
Who?
Our chiefs in the Counterspies.
I don't know them, and I don't know you. I'm a nightclub singer. Except I'm not working now. I'm a friend of Irving Duncan's. We see a lot of each other, but that's all.
Miss Storm, Mr. Harding told me to say that you can speak frankly about your observations of the Duncan group.
The what?
Irving Duncan heads a group of ruthless spies in this country. Enemies of this country. You know that, since it's your job as a counterspy to report on them. Mr. Harding's very pleased with your report.
You've got me mixed up with somebody else. I'm Irene Storm, nightclub singer, period.
Duncan has just admitted that he's sending you to the Azores by plane on Tuesday, carrying an important paper.
Oh. Well, that's true.
I see.
Making me a present of the trip. I have no objection to taking expensive presents from a good friend like Mr. Duncan. And the document? It's only a list of people who might give money to relief organizations or something.
You're stubborn, Miss Storm.
There is no door in the curtain of steel.
What? Excuse me a moment. Duncan, come in.
Yes.
I like your friend, Irene Storm, Duncan. I don't think she believed for a moment that I'm a counterspy.
I did it first, until I said...
Careful, Miss Storm.
Don't worry. You couldn't control your facial expression, Mr...
Valviki.
You recognized it as the code statement of Echelon 2. A higher echelon than you and Duncan. Are we through with all this now?
Of course. I'm anxious to see you take off on Tuesday with that list. Here it is.
Thanks. I have some shopping to do tomorrow, including perfume.
Irene, I promised to get some for you.
Leave that to me, Dunk. Unless Mr. Valviki would like to help me with my shopping.
Delighted, Miss Storm. Now, how about a drink or two to celebrate tomorrow?
Winer's Drugstore, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Warner. This is Irene Store. I find I need 2 more bottles of Hyacinth perfume. Could you have them ready for me by 4 this afternoon?
Let's see.
I'm taking the morning plane to the Azores.
Well, in that case, Miss Storm, 4 o'clock this afternoon.
It's kind of a small space, Peters, but we can both squeeze in here. The camera works automatically. It's controlled from upstairs. Men are on duty during all hours. The drugstore's open. Now, take a look through the one-way viewer here.
It's the same view as the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Counter, customers, chairs. Chief, suppose Irene Storm brings Duncan with her. Do you want to grab him?
No. Grabbing him might alert other group members. We don't know. Wait, hold it.
And then I told Dunk when he took me home last night, not another drink. I've had enough.
She's right on time.
That's not Duncan with her.
A new man.
Is your perfume ready, Miss Storm?
Well, it ought to be.
Hello, Miss Storm.
Hello, Mr. Warner. My Hyacinth's ready?
Please sit down. I'll be right back.
Oh, sit down here, Mr. Valviki.
Valviki. You know him, Dad?
Top man of their Western Hemisphere Bureau. How did he get into the country?
You know, women never cease to amaze me, Miss Storm. Going to all this trouble for a few drops of perfume.
There's a whip on his handkerchief. Don't you like it?
Bet you I'd like it.
Mind on the case, Peters. You can see why she's an effective agent.
That's a lovely house you have, Mr. Valviki. I've never been on Random Road before.
In the future, I hope you will see it again.
House on Random Road, Peters.
Got it.
Miss Storm?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Weiner. On the bill?
Of course.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Weiner, Has, anyone unusual been asking here about me?
No, Miss Storm. Nobody at all.
Oh, thanks again. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bright girl getting Vaphio in here.
Apparently he doesn't know that Duncan left that bottle in Scuba's room or he wouldn't have come.
Well, Irene must have some angle on that. She asked Weiner if anybody'd been looking for her, and Vaphio gave her a look of sudden suspicion. She's got some plan on foot. Let's go.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Oh, yes, Dunc.
I just had a call from our friend. He wants us both to come out to his house again this evening. He's very anxious.
Good. I'm very anxious to see him again, Dunc. Oh, pick me up here about 8 or so?
Your highball, Miss Storm?
Thanks.
Yours, Duncan?
Yes, thanks.
You are packed to leave, Miss Storm.
I finished up after you took me home this afternoon.
The list?
Quite safe.
Miss Storm, I've been puzzling over something you said in that drugstore.
What did I say?
You asked if anyone unusual had inquired after you. You're too clever to say things idly. Who specifically might be inquiring after you?
Vaphio, I don't see any point in all
I thought
this.
the police might have come to Weiner's.
Why?
Irene.
Because yesterday afternoon, Dunk picked up a bottle of perfume for me there and forgot it somewhere else. And I'm afraid in Scuba's room.
Yeah. And of course it could be traced. Duncan, I asked you if you'd left any loose ends. Why did you conceal this?
I wasn't sure I left it there. Probably I didn't. Nothing's come of it. Irene, I asked you to protect me.
A loose end like that is dangerous and has to be tested, and I wanted Vaphio to know.
You could have simply told me, Miss Storm. It was a risk to go back to Weiner's. For you and for me.
The list is the main thing. I didn't risk that.
Yes, quite right. Even so,
Oh. Vaphio, you fired those shots.
From my pocket. Duncan was too careless. He had to be disposed of. Now we have no loose ends. I'll hide him in the cellar. You take off tomorrow. I go tonight.
Vaphio?
I expect no one.
Neighbors? Police?
Maybe we were traced from Weiner's after all. You have the list at home. Go get it. Keep it safe whatever you do. Leave by the back door. I'll cover you.
You'll be taken, Vaphio. Maybe killed.
I'm always ready for that.
No. There's still one more thing for you to do. I order you to come with me.
Very well. Maybe we can both make it the back way.
Come on.
Here's Duncan.
Yeah. Dead.
The girl and Vaphio are gone. Maybe the back way.
Hold it, Peter. I don't want Vaphio caught just yet.
What?
Not just yet. Get on our car radio. Warn Edwards and Samuels not to grab those two. Only tail them.
Don't take me right to my apartment, Vaphio. Better let me out here.
But I'm sure we were traced through Weiner's drugstore. Counterspies may be at your apartment now.
Give me a little credit, Vaphio. I've removed everything dangerous from there. I'll be able to take off safely tomorrow morning.
I hope you're right.
There's one thing you've got to do at once. Communicate with headquarters overseas that I'm on my way to the Azores. Confirm my arrival.
Yes, all right. I have a transmitter in a warehouse.
Goodbye, Vaphio. I'll probably never see you again.
Goodbye. And good luck.
Dave.
Yeah?
There's a faint light in that far corner of the warehouse.
Yeah, come on.
And this is R24 in New York. An urgent message, Mexico, for transmission at once to overseas about Agent T171.
It's Vaphio, Dave, at a shortwave sender.
Reporting about Irene Storm.
Let's grab him.
No, wait. Let him report. Then Irene Storm can still work safely in that spy ring.
Listen, Mexico. Report to overseas. T171 has the list. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., New York time, she will fly to the Azores. Tell Aunt Stella, T171 is absolutely reliable. This is R24 cutting out.
All right, Peter, now.
All right, Vaphio, United States Counterspy. You're under arrest.
Under arrest?
Peters, take a look at that transmitter.
Right.
Vaphio, we're taking you in on suspicion of being a communist spy. What message did you send on this radio?
Message? Where? To whom?
Vaphio, your spying days are over. Peters, call in a mobile squad. Take this place over. And Vaphio, too. This is David Harding. In the case we've just presented, your counterspies were, of course, trained, experienced agents. But sometimes your government, in its fight against those who want to destroy it, calls upon average citizens. One such citizen is here now, at your counterspy microphone. She is Angela Calomaris, who, after a long period of posing as a communist, recently revealed her experiences in her best-selling book published by the J.B. Lippincott Company, titled Red Masquerade. Now, here in person, is Angela Calomaris.
8 years ago, I was a photographer in New York with no idea except to get ahead in my profession. For the next 7 years, I posed as a communist. I pretended to believe fanatically in the brutal, dishonest, anti-democratic cause of communism. And all that time, I reported communist activities regularly to the FBI. Why was I chosen for this unpleasant work? I was single, I came from an average family, and believed absolutely in our American democratic way of life. But I seemed to be typical communist material. It was important to know how communists work, how they pipe their vicious ideas into the ordinary stream of American life. So, at the request of the FBI, I became a member of the Communist Party. Discipline is iron. There's a pretense of democratic procedure, but actually everything happens in slavish obedience to whatever the Soviet Union wants. Under orders as a communist, I helped prolong strikes. I participated in demonstrations in Washington. I helped defeat the first anti-subversive action by Congress, the Munt-Nixon bill. In 1947, I participated in a national survey which resulted in a detailed blueprint for sabotage. In 1948, I helped reorganize the Communist Party in line with this blueprint. I helped promote communist and pro-communist candidates in elections. I raised funds, and with every other party member and fellow traveler, I gave at least 2 weeks' pay to 2 or 3 fund drives a year. And I personally met thousands of communists. I joined at least a dozen front organizations and 1 communist-dominated union. And all that time, I reported to the FBI. I reported in person, in meetings carefully arranged and camouflaged, by phone, always followed by written reports. The danger of exposure was always with me, but I was never exposed until I went into court last year to testify for the government as a surprise witness in the trial of the 11 Communist Party leaders. What did my work accomplish? On still one more front, I was able to show how communists, wrapping themselves in the American flag, work only for a system that wants to destroy everything our country stands for. The Communist Party is still a dangerous underground network. Communists are in every walk of life. Our country has never faced such a vicious threat. It is up to you, individual citizens, to combat communism wherever you find it. Communists mean business. I hope you do, too.
Thank you, Miss Calomaris. And good luck with your book, Red Masquerade. Through the efforts of patriotic citizens like yourself and trained government agents, the activities of subversive groups will be constantly under surveillance, so that free men will continue to remain free.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting case of the kleptomaniac Clues.
When certain papers, invaluable to the nation's mobilization plans, were reported missing, your counterspies subtracted a teakwood figure from a whatnot shop and found it added up to murder. To learn how this crime, multiplied by intrigue and divided by espionage, resulted in one of the strangest cases in counterspy history, listen next week to
Case of the Kleptomaniac Clues on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Paul R. Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser and Delrich, is happy to bring you today's Nick Carter adventure transcribed. This was done so that everyone connected with this program would be able to spend Christmas Day at home with their families. And now, new wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite, invites you to stand by for Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's Nick Carter adventure starring Lon Clark, The Case of the Phantom Shoplifter, brought to you by new wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser. It is mid-afternoon as Sergeant Matheson and Nick Carter in a speeding police car turn into a street of cheap rooming houses.
You can understand, Nick, that Warren's specialty shop can't stand losing all those expensive fur coats, even if it is a big woman's store.
You sure it's the work of shoplifters?
Sure. And we think Peggy Matthews, the girl we're going to see, is one of the shoplifters.
Mm-hmm. Any reason to pin it on her?
Well, one of these store detectives spotted her in the store this afternoon, but she got away from her. But after she left, another fur coat was gone.
You just found out where she lives, huh?
Yeah. We learned who she was from a beautiful set of fingerprints she left on a plastic case she'd been handling. So I got a warrant to pick her up on suspicion.
How many fur coats have they lost, Matty?
Oh, a dozen or more, Nick. Each of them worth over $3,000.
Hey, quite a loss.
Yeah.
Must have been mink, huh?
They were.
What do you want?
What? Well, who are you?
This is my rooming house. I'm the landlady.
We want to see Peggy Matthews.
What do you want Peggy for?
Take a look at this badge.
Couple of flat feet.
Oh,
Okay, second floor, turn right into the hall.
Well, that's better. Come on, Nick.
Right with you.
Now, hope you fall and break your head.
Thanks. She said turn right at the top of the stairs.
Yeah.
This must be the room.
I don't hear anything, Nick. Well, with this warrant, we can go right in. Hey, door isn't locked.
Great Scott.
Oh.
Someone moved faster than we did, Matty. She's been strangled with one of her own nylon stockings.
Nick and Matty are back in the murdered girl's room after unsuccessfully searching the house for the killer. Several men from the homicide squad have just arrived and are going to work as Patsy Bowen hurries in.
I came as fast as I could, Nick. Oh, you didn't tell me it was a murder.
We called you, Patsy, because we thought this needed a woman's touch.
Oh?
Yeah, this dead woman is Peggy Matthews, Patsy.
Uh-huh.
She's a shoplifter who was seen acting suspiciously in the Warren specialty store this afternoon, just before another mink coat disappeared.
Is this the coat here on the chair?
No, we found that one in a clothes closet.
She bought it a month ago in a small fur shop downtown. Now there's a label in the coat, and we phoned the store to check it. She paid $400 for it.
$400? For this rabbit skin?
Yeah.
Oh, she got stuck but good.
That's why I wanted you to see it, Patsy. I needed your opinion.
Oh.
Hey, Nick. Look, I've been thinking. Maybe we ought to bring the manager of the fur department of Warren's specialty shop down here to look at her, just to be sure this is the girl he saw, huh?
Good idea, Matty. Come on, Patsy. We'll bring her back here as soon as we can, Matty.
So this girl was murdered before you could talk to her, eh, Mr. Carter?
That's right, Mr. Dodd. You sure you recognize her again?
Oh, yes. This particular girl snooped around the fur department for some time. Although I didn't see her take anything.
But you kept an eye on her.
I'm afraid I didn't. You see, I was very busy with Miss Robard.
Miss Robard, she's a fashion expert on one of the women's magazines, isn't she?
That's right. Oh. Too bad this girl is dead, Mr. Carter. One of our most expensive fur coats was missing right after she left the store. Maybe she could have told us what happened to it.
Well, if we want to know where that coat went, we'll have to find out some other way, Mr. Dodd. The final curtain has fallen for Peggy Matthews.
Well, Mr. Dodd, is this the woman you saw in your department store this afternoon?
Yes, Sergeant, I'm certain of it. No question at all.
Uh-huh. Well, okay, Mr. Dodd, and thanks for coming down.
Oh, Patsy and I'll run you back to the store, Mr. Dodd. We want to get a full description of the stolen coats anyway.
Can we leave at once, Mr. Carter? You see, Miss Robard is waiting for me to get back. We've been in conference all afternoon, but there's still a lot left to do.
Sure. We'll leave in just a moment. Hey, Matty.
Yeah, Nick.
Did you dig up anything while we were gone?
Well, just one thing, Nick. The landlady broke down, finally, told me that Bruno Seeley has come here to see Peggy a couple of times recently.
Bruno Seeley, eh? Smart character. I'll have a talk with him shortly.
Oh, Mr. Dodd, would you give me your expert opinion as to the value of this fur coat? It belonged to Peggy.
She didn't shoplift that from our store, Miss Bourne. I'd roughly guess it was worth about $150.
Uh-huh. Well, Nick, I guess I'm a fairly good judge of fur values.
Patsy means that she told us Peggy Matthews was cheated when she paid $400 for this coat, Mr. Dodd. You just backed up her opinion.
I see. Well, I don't think Miss Matthews minds being cheated anymore. Shall we go? Miss Bourne, Mr. Carter, this is Audrey Robard, the fashion expert I told you about.
Hello, Miss Robard.
How do you do? How do you do, Miss Robart? I'm familiar with your work in the magazines. It's lovely.
Why, thank you, Miss Bowen.
Oh, Nick, just look at all these gorgeous fur coats hanging on the racks here.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Dodd, tell me, just how many coats have shoplifters taken from this store?
Why, I can't say exactly. I don't have the figures.
Are the prices on the coats? I mean, could anyone tell they were getting the best just by looking at the price tags?
Oh, no, indeed. Each coat is marked with a code number. Only the sales lady knows what it sells for.
And you have no idea how the coats were smuggled out of here?
None at all, Mr. Carter. The store detectives assigned to this department have spotted shoplifters dawdling about, followed them to the street, and stopped them. But although we found a number of stolen items, there wasn't a single fur coat.
Well, I don't think you're too careful with your coats, Mr. Dodd. All the time we've been talking, there's been a lovely coat lying right there on that display table with no one near it.
Oh, that's my coat, Miss Bowen. I threw it down there as I came in. And it's not as nice as it looks from here.
Oh,
well, you've had it a good many years, Audrey. Nothing lasts forever.
How right you are.
Mr. Carter, why don't you go up and see Mr. Warren, the owner of the store? He might be able to tell you things I couldn't.
Yeah, good idea. Is he here?
Well, it's almost closing time, but I'm sure he's here. He never leaves until later than this. His office is upstairs, 4th floor in the rear.
Good. I'll go see him. We need every scrap of information we can get.
Sit down, both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
I don't mind telling you, Mr. Carter, how glad I am that you're helping us.
Tell me, Mr. Warren, just how many coats have been stolen?
15. And the cheapest of them retail for $3,100.
Oh, say, they really made a haul, didn't they?
Over $50,000, Miss Bowen.
Golly.
Your store detectives haven't seen anything suspicious?
Well, there is one rather odd thing.
What's that?
Lately, we seem to be attracting an unusual number of professional shoplifters. Many of them are known to our detectives.
But they haven't caught them with anything?
Well, just small, miscellaneous items, Miss Bowen. Never anything really valuable.
There's no way of smuggling the coats out through a crooked employee, perhaps.
Absolutely not, Mr. Carter. Why, we've checked that thoroughly. Yet we're completely at a loss to know how the coats get out of the store.
Well, thanks, Mr. Warren.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Carter, not at all. Now, please don't hesitate to call on me for any sort of help at any time.
I will. And we may have news for you soon.
Good.
We got one clue that may lead us somewhere. In fact, we're going to see the man in question right now.
This is the place, Nick. Seeley's Bargain Outlet.
So that's what he calls it. Wonder how legitimate a business it really is.
Well, Bruno's already done one stretch as a fence for stolen goods. If anybody's in a position to direct a shoplifter's ring, Bruno Seeley's the man.
Well, Matty, come on. Let's see what he has to say.
Right.
Nick, all the fur coats that were stolen were the very best quality, weren't they?
According to Mr. Warren, they were.
Mm-hmm. But, Nick, if Peggy Matthews got gypped on the coat she bought for herself, how would she know enough to pick out a really good one? The prices weren't on the coats.
Say, that's a very good thought, Patsy.
If Peggy got cheated so badly when she bought her own fur coat, it's proof she didn't know good furs from bad.
Hey, that's right. Oh, Patsy, it takes a woman to notice a clue like that.
And if I'm right, Peggy had nothing to do with stealing any of those coats.
Not unless someone pointed out the good ones to her first.
Yeah, Nick. Well, come on, let's go in and see if Seeley can throw some light on this.
Hello? Anybody here? Hello? That's funny. Hey, Bruno.
Bruno! Hey, Bruno!
Maybe he's in the back room.
Yeah, could be. Hey, the back room's empty, too.
What's that?
Sounds like somebody in pain.
It's coming from inside that closet.
Great Scott, it's Bruno.
He's been stabbed badly.
Listen to me.
Just a minute. He's trying to tell us something.
Can't seem to breathe.
Bruno, I'm Nick Carter. Who stabbed you?
I don't know his name. Not his real name.
Yes, Bruno.
See, Marge Barnett. Go see Marge Barnett.
Marge Barnett. All right, Bruno.
In my pocket. Key. Post office box. Clark Street Station. Package. Nick, I better call an ambulance.
That won't be necessary, Matty. He's dead.
After summoning the homicide squad to take over at Bruno's store, Matty, Nick, and Patsy have hurried to the Clark Street branch of the post office, where they have just opened Bruno's post office box.
Yeah, there's a package here, but it don't weigh anything.
Well, open it up, Sergeant.
Yeah, that's what Bruno wanted us to do.
Yeah. Well, will you look at this?
Well, what in the world is it, Sergeant?
A string of beads from the Warren Specialty Shop.
And the price tag says only $15.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Hey, let me see that wrapper, will you?
Yeah, sure.
This package was postmarked early this afternoon at a postal substation near the Warren store.
And this necklace was stolen from that store today and mailed to Bruno.
Yeah, probably from a mailbox right in the store.
Why, of course, Nick. Warren's is a branch post office on the 4th floor.
Say, it's a smart idea. You nab something small, have an envelope all addressed, you just slip the loot inside, seal it, and mail it.
Yeah, but what has all this to do with stolen fur coats?
I don't know, Patsy. But we can be sure of one thing, Nick. The murders of Peggy and Bruno are tied up together somehow.
And to one man, Matty. Bruno said it was a man, but we didn't know who he was.
And just who is this Marge Barnett Bruno wanted us to see?
She used to be a pretty good confidence woman, Patsy.
Confidence woman?
Yeah, Patsy. Lots of these confidence women turned to shoplifting when they began losing their nerve or their looks.
Look, I can get her address from our records, Nick. And you and Patsy can go and see her, huh?
Sure, Matty.
I'm going back to Bruno Seeley's store. I want to finish my report.
Okay, Matty. Patsy and I'll see Marge Barnett. We better hurry, because the murderer may have the same idea.
Oh, Nick, this is Marge Barnett's apartment. Here's the name below the bell.
Hope she's home.
Well, the police certainly keep an up-to-date file on crooks, don't they? Sergeant Matheson got this address for us in only a few minutes.
Yeah, Patsy. If people only knew how...
Yes?
Hello, Marge.
I beg your pardon. Am I supposed to know you?
I know you. You must have slipped to turn to shoplifting.
Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter.
Oh, Nick Carter, huh? Well, what do you want?
Shall we talk out here in the hall, where everybody can listen?
Oh, come on in. Snooping coppers give me a pain.
Thanks. This is Patsy Bourne, my assistant.
Trying to make a cop out of her, too? You ought to be ashamed.
Why, I like it.
Marge, Bruno's dead.
Bruno dead?
He was murdered, Marge. So was Peggy Matthews.
Who did it?
Suppose you tell me.
Oh. Goodbye, Carter. I'm not talking about nobody.
Now, wait, Marge, wait. Bruno was stabbed. When we found him, he still had a few seconds to live, and the last thing he told us was to come and see you.
Bruno said that, did he?
He did.
I wonder why.
Maybe he was trying to save your life. Hey, come on, tell me, how'd you get into this anyway?
Oh, I'm getting old, Carter. As you know, I've been everything from a cheap shill to the operator of a big store. From the best roper you ever saw to a plain subway dealer.
You've been what?
In English, Patsy. She means she fronted for con men and rose to become the operator of an important con game herself. She worked from the top as the smart, pretty girl who brings in the suckers. Being a subway dealer means she was reduced to dealing cards from the bottom of the deck.
Well, it sounds almost fascinating. if I could understand it.
How many of these small, inexpensive items did you steal, put into a package, and mail to Bruno, Marge?
So you're wise to that, huh? I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Until fur coats and murder got mixed up in it.
Where do fur coats come in?
Look, Bruno paid you to steal these small articles for him. And paid you more than you could get anywhere else, didn't he?
Yeah. He said he had a particular customer for a lot of that junk.
All right. Just what orders did he give you?
Well, I never did understand it, Carter. We were supposed to show up at Warren's specialty shop at a certain time and just wander around.
Did those instructions include visiting the fur department?
Why, yeah. Yeah, well, we had to pass through the fur department on our way to the counter where this certain kind of glass junk was sold.
And you, lingered in the fur department.
What woman wouldn't?
She's got a point there, Nick.
Yeah. And this business is getting a little clearer.
Well, say help me, that's everything I know.
Well, thanks, Marge. All right, Patsy, come on. We'll make another call on Hugh Warren, who owns the store. I think we can do something for him if he'll do something for us first. I hate to bother you at your home like this, Mr. Warren.
It's perfectly all right, Mr. Carter. Perfectly all right.
I hope we're not interrupting your dinner, Mr. Warren.
Dinner? Why, Miss Bowen, it's after 9 o'clock.
Oh.
Well, so it is. We've been pretty busy.
Well, have you learned anything?
Enough so I think we're on the right track, Mr. Warren.
Good, good.
We'd like a key to your store and permission to go inside tonight. I want to look around a bit.
Why, I think that could be arranged. But a word of warning, Mr. Carter. This store is wired for burglar alarms, not only the outer doors, but many places inside the store. For example, the door to the cashier's office will flash an alarm if it is entered without a key. And there are other things to look out for, too.
We'll be careful, Mr. Warren.
I think you'll have no trouble if you follow my directions. Now, if you have a pencil, I'll give you a list of things to watch out for.
Golly, Nick, I never realized how lonesome a store like this can be after everyone's gone.
Yeah. Wonder where the watchmen are. Mr. Warren said there'd be 2 of them here. We haven't run into either one of them yet.
Well, it's positively eerie in here with just our 2 flashlights for company.
I see. According to Mr. Warren's directions, we turn right here. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Hey, lights are on in here.
Oh, Nick, look at all the fur coats, dozens of them.
All second-hand, Patsy.
Huh? Oh, yes, so they are. But some of them are still lovely. I know, Well, that's funny, Nick.
What's funny?
Remember how I thought for a minute this afternoon that Audrey Robart's coat was a new one?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, this coat here is her coat. The one I saw this afternoon.
You sure?
Positive. I took a close look at it as we went by, and I noticed this funny jagged tear in the lining. I'd know it anywhere.
Good for you, Patsy. Now I know I'm right.
What do you mean by that?
He means you have good eyesight and an excellent memory, Miss Bowen.
It's Miss Robart.
Don't move, either of you. My father taught me to use a gun when I was a girl.
I see Jason Dodd's with you, showing you all those coats he has in his arm, no doubt.
Keep your hands up, Carter. You too, Miss Bowen. Yes, Jason and I stole those missing coats. We knew you'd find out, so we came back tonight to clean out the place. And we're going to. You can't stop us, Carter. Jason had his own keys, and he's arranged for the watchman to be in another part of the store for a while.
Too bad we came in just when we did.
Yes. It's too bad for you, Carter. Jason, put down those coats and walk around behind Carter and search him.
Look, I...
Do as I say, you fool. I know everything. We heard that much.
Yes, we've got to finish it up.
Keep your hands in the air, both of you. And don't reach for your purse, Miss Bowen. I know there's probably a gun in it.
Looks as if you hold all the cards, Miss Robart.
Jason, stand right behind Carter. Now reach over his shoulder. He probably carries his gun in his shoulder holster.
Patsy, cut the lights and run for it. Back to the cashier's office. We'll have to... There's a phone there. We can call the police.
Audrey, what happened?
Oh, you fool, Jason. Letting him throw you like that.
I couldn't help it. He moved so fast. When I reached over his
never
shoulder...
mind. They're headed for the cashier's office to phone.
Well, we can stop that. The switchboard's right over there. I can even find it in the dark.
Then find it. If we can stop them from calling for help, we've got them cornered.
Carter? Carter, I know you're in that cashier's office.
Then come and get it.
Audrey, let's get out of here.
Not before I take care of Carter and the girl.
How? How are you going to do it?
Listen, they're in the cashier's office. And that's the only door right ahead of us.
Yes, but...
Oh, stop sniveling. We got Carter's gun. Miss Bowen dropped her handbag, and I found her gun in it.
Yes,
That means
yes.
they're unarmed. We can smash the glass panel in the door of the cashier's office and get them that way.
But, Audrey...
Grab one of those chairs and throw it through the glass.
Okay, I guess you're right. Here goes.
There, that does it. Carter, you can come outside and get it. Or I'll come in after you. It makes no difference to me.
Cautiously, Audrey Robart moves up to the broken glass in the door, reaches inside, and unlocks it. Jason Dodd hovers uncertainly behind her.
Carter, are you coming out? All right, if you won't come out, I'm coming in. Stay beside me, Jason. There aren't many places they can hide.
Please hurry. It's been at least 10 minutes since I smashed that door. You're so darn careful.
Take it easy. Even without a gun, Carter's still pretty...
Okay, you two. Drop the guns or we'll drop you.
Call
the police.
And then drop those guns. The 1 second we start shooting.
Okay, we give up.
You, Dodd, kick those guns my way.
All right.
That's better. Nick. Hey, Nick. Are you in there?
Right here, Matty. What kept you?
What kept me? Listen, it's not 10 minutes since the alarm came into headquarters.
What alarm are you talking about?
The alarm you sent in, Miss Robart.
What?
I made you smash the glass panel in the door to the cashier's office. When the glass broke, a burglar alarm went off automatically in police headquarters. You turned yourselves into the police.
All right, Nick. Give her the details. You say it was worked with second-hand coats, huh?
That's it, Matty. Miss Robart would go out and buy a cheap second-hand fur coat worth practically nothing. Then when she came to the store to see Dodd, which was practically every day, she'd leave the old coat and walk out with a new mink coat.
She was well known in the store, so no one ever thought of suspecting her. And when she came in with the cheap coat, she'd carry it over her arm so it wouldn't show how cheap it really was.
What a racket.
Yeah.
Then Dodd would put the old coat with the used coats the store had for sale and fix the records to account for it.
And another nice, new, valuable mink was missing without a trace.
And the shoplifters were just part of a setup to confuse us, huh, Nick?
Yeah, Matty. Dodd arranged that with Bruno. The shoplifter stole some small object and mailed it to Bruno's post office box right from inside the store in previously prepared envelopes.
Just so we'd think the professional shoplifters were stealing the furs.
And they killed Peggy Matthews because she got wise and wanted a cut. Dodd admitted that. He killed Bruno, too.
Yeah. When we connected Bruno and Peggy, I suppose Dodd was afraid of how much Bruno might know. So we had to put him out of the way, too.
So he sent Patsy and you to see Mr. Warren so you'd be out of the way while he killed him.
Yeah. Well, I think we better let him lock up the store now.
Oh, in just a minute, Nick.
Hey, Patsy, where are you going?
Into the fur department. After all, it's a woman's privilege to look at those beautiful mink coats, even if she can't have one.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, and Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's transcribed adventure was written by Norman Daniels, with original music played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new, wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. In a newspaper office, the night seems especially reserved for all sorts of screwy crank calls. And if every wild tale that came in over the telephone was tracked down, there wouldn't be enough reporters left around to make up a game of solitaire. This yarn started with one of those calls, but it ended differently. And how differently it ended. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. A heavy rain was falling, and I found an excuse to sit it out by polishing my next day's monumental trivia for the column. I was looking for the capital A on my typewriter when the phone rang. Stone talking.
Mr. Stone, please listen.
I'm listening.
A bomb in the plane to Denver.
A what?
In the Denver-bound plane tonight. A bomb. Don't you understand?
What's your name?
You have no time. The passengers...
If you're on the level, you give me your name.
No, my husband. I've got to go now. My bus is leaving.
You're in a bus depot. Which one?
Mr. Stone, you're wasting time. It's true, I tell you. The Denver plane.
Well, what time does the flight leave?
8:30. I couldn't call till now.
You say 8:30?
Yes. Oh, please.
Well, lady, you phoned exactly 10 minutes too late. It's 20 minutes to 9 right now.
Oh, no. No.
I repeat, some nights are good for a dozen crank calls, but I couldn't take chances with this one. I called the control tower at the airport.
Control.
This is Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Yes, Mr. Stone.
You had an 8:30 flight to Denver?
Yes, sir, but that...
Oh, well, you better contact that pilot immediately and tell him to make an emergency landing wherever he is. Have him load the passengers and let no one near the plane till the police get there.
Yeah, but the Denver plane hasn't taken off. Fog came in suddenly, and the plane has been grounded till it lifts.
Where is she now?
Far into the strip.
Oh, good. Well, keep her there and warn all personnel to keep clear, and I'll be out there as soon as I can.
Well, Mr. Stone...
No, you do as I say. I phoned police headquarters, and they sent a radio car to pick me up. In 5 minutes, I was sitting in the back seat with Sergeant Skalski while the driver ripped up the streets at 70 miles an hour.
If there's anything I can't stand, Randy, it's bombs.
What time you got, Sergeant?
8:55. And me off duty 20 minutes ago. I was getting a ride home when the call came through.
Oh, there she is. You can stop here.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't mind telling you, Randy, I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
I hope that call was a phony.
It was a bomb, all right, and a big one. The explosion threw me to the ground. When the earth stopped tossing me around, I looked at the burning DC-4, and people were pouring towards her out of the main building. I saw a jeep with a fire crew race for the plane, and I fought my way back to my feet.
You hurt, Randy?
I'm shaken up, that's all. We'd better get over there, Kalski.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Step back. Now, let's clear the field now. Back inside the waiting room, all of you.
The fire boys already have it licked.
Yeah. Looks like a ghost lying there.
Well, what do we do now, Sergeant?
Poke around a bit. It's safe now. I have to make a report on this. CAB boys will take over in the morning, but I got to make a report anyways.
Well, exactly what are you looking for?
Bomb fragments, maybe? Maybe a hunk of the container the bomb was in. Who knows?
Oh, this is some mess. What's this?
Let's see. Could be a bomb fragment. If you see any more, don't handle them. Prints.
You mean prints that stay on after an explosion like that?
Yeah. Crazy, ain't it? Step aside for a minute.
What?
A fragment just like the other. And this one is embedded in a piece of leather.
Yellow pigskin leather. Figure the bomb was in this bag?
Maybe. Maybe not, but it's something to go on. Now, let's go talk to the passengers.
Why would a passenger put a bomb in his own luggage if he knew he was going to be blown to kingdom come?
Nice guy, whoever did it. All right, folks. All right, settle down. We've got a little talking to do. Everybody here, there was to be a passenger in Flight 63?
Officer, my name is Stephen Bradley.
So?
We're badly shaken up. Some of us need medical care. You have no right to hold us here.
Only the right to find out who tried to murder 40 people.
All right, Randy, I'll handle this.
Well, then it was murder. I knew it.
Now, take it easy, folks, and you'll all be out of here in a few minutes. I said quiet, everyone. Now, we'll call you up one by one. All you have to do is tell us if this piece of yellow leather pigskin was part of your luggage. There's enough of it here to identify. Okay, Bradley, you're in a hurry. We'll start with you.
36 potential corpses lined up and filed past the piece of yellow leather. None of them claimed it. Then Sergeant Kalski checked their addresses and gave them the routine spiel about being available for further questioning, and he let them go.
There's not much more I can do. Tomorrow the Aeronautics Bureau will take over. I'll phone my report in. My watch right, it's just 9:45.
Yeah, it's right.
You coming back to town with me?
Well, if it's okay with you, I'll stick around here and do a little checking on my own.
Okay. But I tell you what, if anything hot comes up, call me at home. Don't phone it into headquarters. I don't want them to think you know.
Perish the thought. Kalski gave me his home phone number and left. A little prodding, and the baggage man remembered seeing the yellow pigskin suitcase. And then came the first big break. The baggage man found a delivery slip from the Minerva Messenger Service testifying to the fact that they delivered in good order one pigskin leather suitcase to be checked on the ticket of one of the passengers, Mr. Stephen Bradley. I found Bradley at his hotel. He hadn't checked in yet. Then I called Sergeant Kalski. There was no real welcome in his voice.
So glad you called, Randy. Got the thing all wrapped up?
No, but I found out who owned that yellow bag. Stephen Bradley, one of the passengers.
Yeah, I remember him. I'll go out and pick him up.
No, it's not going to be that easy. He's not at the address he gave us.
I'll get him, all right. So that's who it was, huh? I'll have him by midnight. What time is it now?
It's 25 to 11.
Where'll you be?
At the Minerva Messenger Company, 24-hour service.
Never heard of it.
You will. The brakes were with us. The Minerva Messenger Company had a complete record of the pickup on the suitcase. They'd found an envelope in the mail slot that evening with $2 bills and a key in it, and a typewritten unsigned note that instructed them to pick up a suitcase in the locker at the Arlington bus depot and take it to the airport to be checked on Stephen Bradley's ticket. It was nearly 11 o'clock when I got to the bus station. And near a row of long, unbooed telephones, there was a candy and cigar stand.
Yes, sir. Something for you?
Those are the only payphones here?
Uh-huh. No closed booths. When it's quiet, you should know some of the conversations I listen to.
I guess you make change for a lot of them, huh?
Yeah, it drives me nuts. My boss don't like me talking to men during working hours.
Well, I'm disqualified. I'm a reporter.
Reporter? No kidding.
No kidding. I'm trying to locate a woman who phoned me from here. She's about 20 to 9. Were you working then?
Yeah. Yeah, what'd she look like?
I don't know. She'd been crying. I'd say she was in her early 30s. Kind of a sexy voice.
20 to 9? You say she was crying?
Well, toward the end of the conversation, she started crying.
I think I know who you mean. I talked to her.
Go on.
She came in about 15 minutes after 8. Maybe 20 after. She looked scared, like she'd run away from somebody, so I watched her. That's my slow time.
You said you'd talk to her.
She asked me if anyone had left a note for Mrs. Curran or Curran. Some name like that. Oh, Mrs. Hal Curran. That's what it was.
You think she was Mrs. Curran?
I know it. She said if anybody asked for her that she'd be back. A few minutes later, she made the call. It must have been to you. She burst out crying and hung up.
What did she look like?
Like I wished I looked. Dark hair, 5'3" or 4. Beautiful figure. No wonder you're looking for her.
She was alone?
Nobody with her that I know of. And she got on the bus all alone.
You wouldn't happen to know what bus?
Sure, the Lake Forest bus. She asked me what time it left, and I told her. Say, that should make it a cinch. Her name is Mrs. Hal Curran, and she lives in Lake Forest.
Well, that's almost too easy. It looks like she loaded you with information knowing that I'd be around.
In a way. Maybe I don't blame her.
Now, what's your name?
Marion. Why?
Well, if this story breaks, I'll share my byline with you.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm all for it.
I was looking for a Mrs. Hal Curran, the girl who'd phoned me from the bus station to so accurately prophesy the bomb explosion on the Denver-bound plane. And she left a trail easy enough for a tenderfoot Boy Scout to follow. In less than an hour, I was pounding on her door.
Is that you, Hal?
Open the door, please.
Who is it?
Let me in.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm Randy Stone, Mrs. Curran.
I don't know you. Please, get out of
you
here.
called me earlier this evening at the Chicago Star, remember?
Oh, you're mistaken.
Mrs. Curran, you warned me that a bomb would explode in a Denver-bound plane. Well, it did.
What plane? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's face it, you're not very good at this sort of thing, Mrs. Curran. You gave yourself away half a dozen times. First, you made your phone call from a bus depot. I found out which one it was by tracing the baggage back to the Arlington. That's where you called from.
You're crazy. I wasn't out of the apartment all day.
Then you walked up to a bright young girl at the candy counter and asked her if there was any messages for a Mrs. Hal Curran. I talked to that girl. She described you to a T. Want some more?
You have no right to talk to me like this.
I'm just trying to refresh your memory. You took the Lake Forest bus, correct?
No!
You could have made it easier if you wanted me to find you, and I think you did.
Oh, I never thought of Stupid.
You wanted me to stop that plane and get to the person responsible, didn't you?
I tried to stop him. I begged Hal not to do it, but he was like a crazy man.
Your husband, he engineered this little thing?
Poor Hal. Poor mixed-up Hal.
Well, give me a description of him. We got to have him picked up.
No, it's too late, I tell you. He said he was going to take his own life after the bomb went off.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This month of September, many thousands of children will be going back to school. 4 times daily, these children will be walking to and from school. You are urged to be careful, to be watchful, to be safe. In 1 year's time, 61,000 children were killed or injured by motor vehicles. Watch for children darting out from that blind spot between parked cars. Watch for them as they get on and off school buses. Watch for children playing on the sidewalks and crossing the streets going to and from school. Remember this: a child may dare, so drive with care. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I got his description and phoned it into police headquarters. I asked him if Sergeant Kalski had brought in Bradley, and they told me he hadn't. All the while I've been on the phone, Mrs. Curran sat there crying. Sergeant, if you locate Kalski, tell him I'm at, what's the number here, Mrs. Curran?
Evergreen 31074.
It's Evergreen 31074, thank you.
He's dead. It's my fault. It's just like I did it.
Well, there's no point in blaming yourself, Mrs. Curran.
It was the quarrel. Hal and Bradley had started the business together. They were equal partners.
Mrs. Curran, I'm a reporter. Maybe you'd better not say anything.
No, just like I killed him, I've got to talk to someone.
He may not be dead.
About 6 years ago, Hal gambled with company funds. Bradley found out and said he'd prosecute if the money wasn't returned. Where could Hal raise $6,000?
Well, that's quite a mound of greenbacks.
They made a deal. Bradley was to get Hal's interest and agreed to keep Hal on as one of the shop foremen. After that, he lost all his initiative. He stayed a laborer in a business he'd created. I begged him to break away, but he wouldn't. We quarreled about it often. I didn't know it would lead to this.
Maybe you better try and have a rest.
Last night, Hal came home from work. I'd never seen him look so old and beaten.
Helen?
Just a minute.
Hiya, honey.
Hi. How come you brought all your things home from the office?
Well, let's not talk about it now. I'm dead.
Hal, something's wrong.
Not now. After supper, please.
Oh, it's always not now with you, isn't it? Tell me, Hal.
All right. I lost my job. Out of work, canned.
Lost your job? Hal.
I'll get another one.
Bradley fired you? Why?
It wasn't Bradley. It was the new people.
What new people? Why is it you never start from the beginning? What new people?
Bradley sold him the business. They didn't want me, so I'm through.
Bradley sold out? That business is half yours, Hal.
We've been over that before.
Oh, without a fight, you let him sell out without opening your mouth. What kind of a man are you?
What was I supposed to do? Hit him over the head?
No, that takes nerve. He's a dirty, rotten. And he didn't say anything to you till it was all over, huh?
Oh, he came up this morning and said goodbye. He's going to the coast to live tomorrow night.
To the coast? With your money. And you just stood there and said, good luck, Bradley. Oh, Hal, this is the last straw. I can't go on living with a man who won't fight back. Spineless, incompetent.
Oh, that's enough of that. Shall I kill him? Is that what you want?
You kill? You coward.
I'm no coward, Ellen. And I'll prove it to you. I'm going out now.
Hal, come back. What are you going to do?
What do you want? Kill Bradley. Kill Steve Bradley.
Oh, who said anything about killing? Just go up to him and demand what's coming to you.
That's not what you really want, is it, Ellen?
Oh, try talking sense, Hal.
I'm talking it for the first time in my life.
Hal, come back, Hal.
And this was last night?
I didn't know he meant it, but this morning he brought it home. He had a gun, too. He said he'd kill me if I tried to interfere. He was crazy.
What did he do with the bomb?
He put it in a suitcase and made me go with him to the bus depot. Put the suitcase in the locker. Later he had a messenger pick up the key and check the bag through to the plane.
But why a bomb? Why take the lives of 40 people to murder one man?
I told you he lost his mind. He wouldn't talk to me all day, just watched me every minute.
And after the messenger came?
He said goodbye to me. He said as soon as Bradley was dead, he'd kill himself.
Well, we've got to find him. When he finds out Bradley wasn't killed, he'll go gunning for him.
Bradley isn't dead? But the bomb, you said it went off.
Well, it did, but the plane was still on the ground. Your call was in time after all.
Then nobody was killed.
What's the matter? Don't you understand? Nobody was killed. Nobody.
Al killed himself for nothing. Poor Hal. Even this last thing couldn't come off right for him.
Well, I'm not so sure he's dead, Mrs. Coran. He may have been at the airport when the bomb went off. He may be looking for Bradley now. And with a gun.
He's dead, I tell you. He's killed himself.
The outburst tapered down, and Mrs. Coran fell back exhausted on the couch. I called the police again, still no news. Neither Bradley nor Coran had been located. Mrs. Coran had fallen asleep, and I sat opposite her and waited. I heard someone opening the door, and I turned around. He stood there in the doorway. An old man in his early 30s. His shoulders sagged, and there was a look of utter dejection about him, and he blinked stupidly at me, and then he walked slowly over to the woman on the couch.
What's the matter with her? Ellen.
No, let her alone. Let her alone. She's exhausted. You're Hal Coran.
I got to talk to her. Ellen. Wake up.
Oh, what do you want?
It's me. Hal.
Hal, you didn't...
I couldn't do it. I couldn't go through with it.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
What's the matter with you?
She's hysterical. That's what's the matter with her.
Poor kid. It's my doings. Ellen, baby.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I hate you.
Ellen, listen.
I'm arresting you, Mr. Coran. A citizen's arrest.
Me? What for?
Well, just to remind you, the bomb in Bradley's suitcase. If that plane hadn't been grounded and your wife hadn't called me...
What are you talking about? I couldn't go through with it, do you understand? I was going to, but like Ellen says, I got no guts. When it comes to a pinch, I got no guts.
Oh, Hal, lying won't do you any good. Haven't you even got the strength to admit what you've done?
I took it out of the locker and brought it home early this afternoon.
But...
You were out, Ellen. I disconnected the fuse and I put it in this drawer. That's the truth. Right in here. Come here, mister. I'll show you.
Well?
It was here. I put it here myself.
Oh, it's funny. Honest, it's funny, the mess he makes of things.
I'm phoning the police to come and get you, Coran.
Put that phone down.
Oh, give me that gun, Corinne.
I mean it. I put the bomb in that drawer. Somebody took it out.
That gun, please.
Hal, what's the use?
Helen, somebody took the bomb out of the drawer.
Corinne.
Stay put, mister. I'm leaving.
How long do you think you'll last?
Long enough. And don't try to follow me.
I phoned the cops again and brought them up to date, and then I went looking for him. I figured he might be hiding close by. In a few minutes, the neighborhood was swarming with police, so I went back to stay with Mrs. Coran. I heard some movement behind her door. I was sure it was Coran. I wanted to get in quietly so that I could grab him from behind. A man was standing near Mrs. Coran when I got inside, but it wasn't her husband. Bradley. What?
Mr. Stone. Oh, did you...
No, we haven't got him yet. It won't be long, though.
This the newspaper man you told me about, Ellen?
Yes.
Where you been keeping yourself, Bradley? A lot of uniformed men have been looking for you.
Oh, he knew at the airport that Hal had put the bomb there, didn't you, Steve?
Yes, I recognized the letter. I'd given that back to him for a birthday present.
Well, why didn't you tell the sergeant?
I wanted to square it my own way.
I tried to stop it. I tried all I could.
You tried all right.
Hal!
I locked the door. Line up against the wall, all of you.
Give me that gun, Coran.
Get back. I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Well, the cops will be here in a minute.
That's all I need. A minute.
Hal, darling, put the gun down.
We can settle this without guns, Coran.
It came to me all of a sudden. A few minutes ago, I got the total. I did take that bomb home.
Oh, he's lying. He never came home all day.
So I asked myself, who put it back in the suitcase and had it delivered? The answer was so simple, I had to laugh. Ellen. She took it back.
Me.
Coran, you're not on trial here. Save your defense for the right place. I'd suggest that you
don't move. Anybody tries to stop me now gets killed.
Why bring Ellen into this? Why don't you be man enough to take
I
her?
asked myself that, too. Why would Ellen...
Is anybody going to stop him?
Then it hit me. Ellen been working me up on Bradley. Not because he was running out on me, but on her. Get it?
He's crazy.
When I told her Bradley was leaving, I couldn't understand why she went wild like that. Then I started remembering little things, like useless trips Bradley would send me on, stuff like walking into a room and seeing him laughing about something. You know, that special kind of laugh.
Al, you're being ridiculous.
Poor Hal.
When he showed he was going to run out on her, she wanted him dead. And she took the bomb out of the drawer, rigged it up again, and sent it to the airport. You see the way it added up?
Lies. Every word of it lies.
You prove all that in court and you're in good shape, Hal.
I can't wait for the court to straighten my accounts. I just got the total tonight, and I got to pay it off.
Steve, he's going to kill you.
Al, look. You're not yourself. What do you want? Money? I'll give you some. Look.
Steve will make it right with you, Hal. He will.
Tonight, I got the picture. Bradley, Ellen, and Hal. Ellen, Bradley, and Hal. Hal always laughed.
No, that's not true.
You know when it all came to me? After I left you a little while ago, Ellen. I didn't go running through the streets looking for a place to hide. I went to the apartment house next door. I sat down on the fire escape.
Open up in there.
Keep quiet, all of you. Know what room I could see from the fire escape? This one, Ellen. I saw Bradley come in.
Hal, you... Oh, Hal, it didn't mean anything.
You ran up to him, and I saw a look on your face, the same look I used to see when we were first married.
Randy, you went off.
Hold it. Kowski's got a gun.
Shut up. You took that look away from me and gave it to Bradley. That made it a clean sweep for him, my business, my job, my wife.
Hal, I'll make it right. Just give me a chance.
You, Bradley? You don't owe me anything. It's Ellen. What she's taken from me, there's only one way to square.
Me? Hal, you're going to kill me?
Coran, listen. I believe you. The court will, too.
You love me, Hal. Don't you love me?
Yes, Ellen. I love you.
Then you wouldn't...
Coran.
Goodbye, Ellen. He did it. He killed her.
Yeah. Yes, I was in the middle of that one. Now I've got to write it up for tomorrow morning's eye-opener. Now, whose point of view will I handle it from? Hal's? You couldn't do that. He's a murderer. You wouldn't want to sympathize with him. And Bradley's? What's he done that a million other men haven't? And Ellen? That reminds me of the song, Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. Now we better leave Ellen out of this, too. How about a nice bit on the grain exhibit at the museum? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. This transcribed story was a Lewis and Russoff script, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ellen was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were John Stevenson, Paul Frees, Stan Waxman, and Sandra Gould. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Protect yourself, your savings, your very way of life by becoming an investor in America. Buy new, improved United States defense bonds regularly. Yes, buying defense bonds is the way you can directly contribute to America's security and your own. And it's so easy to save the defense bond way. Just join your payroll savings plan where you work, or if you're self-employed, sign up for the bond-a-month plan where you bank. This way, you automatically put aside as much money as you want to each month. Before you know it, you have a backlog for emergencies, savings for a trip, the down payment on that new home, as well as having helped Uncle Sam in the all-important job of defense. And defense bonds are now an even better investment than ever, with new improved interest rates and a quicker return on your money. So become an investor in America today. Buy more defense bonds more often, because they're now even better.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. How will camels get along with your throat? Listen.
In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of people with normal throats smoked only Camels for 30 days.
Noted throat specialists made weekly throat examinations of those smokers and reported
not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days.
You'll see how well Camels agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week.
Now we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, you spent the dime, you name the crime.
Oh, no.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. Rick, what kind of a slogan is that? You spent the dime, you name the crime.
Well, it only applies to people calling from phone booths, dear.
Well, I'm not calling from a phone booth.
Then you have no right to judge the merits of my slogan.
This is logic?
Dear, you worry about your millions and I'll worry about my slogans. How is your bulging little bank account these days?
Healthy, which is more than I am. I have a cold.
Why, you poor kid. Cheer up, I'll let you take me to dinner tonight. That should make you feel better.
Yeah, maybe. But, I seem to remember a past generation where the men took the women to dinner. I suppose you never heard of that arrangement.
No, but it does sound novel. Shall we try it?
Love to.
Good. I have 2 cents in my pocket. Beat me in front of the corner drugstore and I'll blow you to a stick of gum.
Oh, Rick.
On second thought, we'll split a stick of gum and save the other penny for entertainment.
All right. I'll take you to dinner.
Well, if you insist. I'll meet you and your wallet at 7, dear. Bring your own cough drops. We'll have a... Wow. I do believe a living creature has wandered into my emporium.
Client?
I think I put it more elegantly, but why quibble? See you at 7. Bye.
Bye.
Diamond?
That's right.
I'm Eddie Burke.
Glad to know you, Mr. Burke.
Eddie Burke. That's me.
You said that before.
Well?
Well, what?
Diamond, you know why I'm here. Don't stall.
Sorry, pal, but I can't seem to remember who you are or why you're here. Should I?
What is this, a game? Just hand over the package. You've been paid.
I have? Well, that's news to my bank account.
Now, Diamond, don't get smart with me. Where's the package?
Now, take it easy, Burke. Let's get something straight. If you'd like to hire me and pay $100 a day, then I'll humor you and pretend to know what you're talking about. I have loads of screwy clients. But if you expect me to listen to your wild talk for free, start walking.
I don't think I like this.
Well, that's tough.
No, I don't think I like this at all.
Well, Oh. Well, I'm not sure I like that gun either.
Then we're even. And now no more stalling. Hand me the package.
All right. Only first you tell me where I find it.
Okay, so you play it cozy. You plan to cash in on it yourself, huh?
Burke, either this is someone's idea of a bad joke or you're a pretty mixed-up guy. What makes you think I should have a package that belongs to you?
Casey got scared.
Casey?
Yeah, she decided the package would be safer with a private cop. She says she paid you $1,000 to keep it till I came for it.
Well, all I can say is that Casey should never go near a lie detector. I never heard of her. Or you or your package. So put that gun back in your pocket and beat it, huh?
You're pretty cool, Diamond. Only Casey don't lie. You open the package. You know what it's worth.
Pal, you're so
Stand up.
Oh.
Up, Diamond.
Oh, suit yourself.
Diamond, I'm not going to kill you unless I have to.
Glad to hear it. Now, suppose you...
Don't talk big. You'll be seeing me again real soon, only next time I contact you, you won't get off so easy. When you come to, if you're smart, you'll get that package and have it waiting for me. Now, keep your hands up. Hi.
Burke, you're making a big... Oh, it isn't fun getting a face full of cold steel. Your eyes seem to fly back into your head, and by the time they bounce into position again, you're not seeing out of them. But in my business, things like this happen so often, I go to the blood bank once a week for a refill. I don't know how long I was out, but when I came to, I made the mistake of dragging myself to the wash basin and looking in the mirror. Oh. I looked like a bad dream trying to qualify as a nightmare. And then I got mad. I decided I wouldn't wait for Eddie Burke to come and see me. I'd rather find him first. I put my hat on what was left of my head, picked up my car from the garage, and headed downtown to the 5th Precinct and Lieutenant Walt Levinson.
Hi, Fancy Pants. How's it? Wow.
What happened to your kisser?
No, that's a new disguise, Walt. I'm posing as a pound of hamburger.
Nice work. You even got the ketchup. No kidding, Rick. What gives?
Well, a guy by the name of Eddie Burke must be a frustrated plastic surgeon.
Well, he's not frustrated anymore. What caused it, Rick?
It beats me. Burke came in, acted like I should have a package that belonged to him.
Well, maybe he thought you were a Chinese laundry.
Very funny. Ha-ha.
Don't kill yourself.
You crack some more like that and I might.
Come on, let's get back to Burke.
Well, I didn't know what package he was talking about and told him so. He thought I was lying and went to work on my face.
Well, cheer up. It's an improvement.
Bless your brass buttons and head.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyway, this was supposed to be a warning of what would happen next time Burke contacts me.
What's he going to do, make weekly visits or something?
Oh, no, nothing chummy like that. He just promised to look me up once more for the package.
I see. Well, what brings you down here? You come to cry on my shoulder or fill out an assault charge against Burke?
Neither, you sympathetic soul, you. Just thought you might know something about this Burke guy. I'd like to look him up and play some more games.
I'll bet. Well, we've had Eddie Burke down here a few times. I'll get his file.
What's his racket?
He was sent up on a counterfeiting rap several years ago. Before that, he was mixed up in about every... Yeah, here we are. There's his folder.
Good. It's a big one, isn't it? I'm going to look at a list of his friends. He said a gal named Casey told him I had the package.
Casey? Never heard of him with a girl by that name.
Oh, sure. She's the lad with the bat.
What bat?
The one she struck out with.
Struck out? What are you talking about?
You remember Casey at the bat?
Yeah, but that was a man. Oh, here, look at the file. The only name you'll find connected with Burke is Manny Warren.
Manny Warren? Oh. When was Manny mixed up with Burke?
On that counterfeiting rap. We couldn't prove anything against Manny, so we let him go.
You think he might know where Burke is now?
It's hard to say. Manny's been running a big garage over on 71st. The address there in the folder.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be the only lead. Here.
You know, that package Burke lost and thinks you might have. Thought that was important, huh?
Important enough to bash my head in. Why?
I'm just thinking. When Eddie was picked up, we never found the plates he was making the phony dough from. Chances are he hit him.
You think the plates might be in the package?
Could be. Only I still can't figure out why this Casey dame would say she gave them to you.
Well, neither can I, Fatty. But I'll try and find out. See you later. I drove across town and located Manny Warren's big garage. From the looks of the place, Manny had come a long way from his counterfeiting days with Eddie Burke. There were several trucks inside, but just one man, a beefy-looking character pounding out a dent in one of the truck fenders. I walked over to him. Say, buddy. Hey.
Huh? Oh.
Is the boss around?
Who wants to know?
That's a silly question. I want to know.
Maybe he is, maybe he ain't. What do you want to see him about?
I'd like to hire a truck. My relatives are coming in town for a sightseeing tour.
Huh?
Oh, skip it. Where's Manny?
You tell me who you are, maybe I'll tell him you're here. Boss don't like to be interrupted all the time.
Okay. We'll play it your way. Tell him Richard Diamond wants to see him.
Richard Diamond? You're the private eye?
The private black eye at the moment. Snap it up, huh?
Okay, I'll tell you.
Bill on that blue car, you'd better...
Hello, Manny.
Well, Diamond. Haven't seen you around for quite some time.
I bet you've been heartsick.
Yeah. What brings you down here?
Eddie Burke.
Eddie, yeah. Okay, Bill, get back to work.
Yeah.
Come on in the office, Diamond. Sit down.
I'm not tired. About Eddie.
What about him?
You seen him lately?
Well, what I want with a punk like Eddie.
You were pals once.
I'm glad you said once, Diamond. That was 7 years ago. I run a legitimate business now.
So it seems. You must have made plenty off that counterfeit money to start a place like this, Manny.
Yeah, just watch yourself, Diamond. They proved Eddie was mixed up in the queer money, not me.
Yeah, let's skip the small talk. You know of any place Eddie might be staying?
As like I say, it's been a long time since I knew Eddie. He had a girl back then, though. Maybe he still runs around with her.
Was her name Casey by any chance?
Yeah, that was it. Nancy Casey. She might be listed in the phone book.
She might be. I'll take a look anyway.
I'm sorry that's all the help I can give you, Shamus.
You look it.
Yeah, don't I? I'll drop around again sometime, though. Always glad to see a familiar face.
I left Manny's garage and headed for a phone booth. In the book, I found a listing for a Miss Nancy Casey. The address turned out to be a rundown apartment building on the west side. But there was nothing rundown about the girl who answered my knock. She stood in the doorway with her head tilted as if to say, "What can I do for you?" Only the hard look in her eyes seemed to say, "Don't get ideas, bud." And her mouth? All it said was,
"Well?"
"Are you Nancy Casey?"
Nancy's out. I'm a roommate.
Do you expect her back soon?
Yeah, she shouldn't be long. Who are you?
Well, just a friend of hers. Mind if I come in and wait?
I guess not.
Oh, thanks.
I was just making some coffee.
Well, it smells good.
Sit down, I'll get you a cup. Cream and sugar?
Oh, yes, thank you. Tell me, do you, know many of Nancy's friends?
A few. Why?
Well, Nancy and I have a mutual friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
Oh. Here's your coffee.
Thanks. The friend's name is Eddie Burke.
Oh, yeah. I heard Nancy speak of him. Your coffee all right?
Huh? Yeah, fine.
Yeah, Nancy talks about this Burke guy a lot.
You ever come up to see her?
Oh, once or twice. I was always out, though. Nancy should have been here before this. You have a date with her?
Oh, not exactly.
She goes out with a lot of guys. Me, I like to stay home. Read a lot.
Well, to each his own.
Do you read a lot?
Only bubble gum wrappers.
I read heavy stuff. Historical novels.
Good for you.
You want some more coffee?
No, that's plenty. It's hot in here, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. Real hot.
It'll get hotter, Mr. Diamond.
Diamond? How did you know my name?
Oh, your picture's been in the paper. Like I say, I read a lot. You getting tired?
Yeah, Oh, no.
Oh, yes. The coffee. Shouldn't take long. You dropped your cup, Mr. Diamond. Oh, you shouldn't try and get up. That drug takes effect fast. You just tire yourself.
You Casey?
That's right. I'm Nancy Casey. Find it hard to stay on your feet, Diamond?
My head,
You what? You can't even stand straight. The big, strong detective.
It was a long, peaceful sleep. I kept having a falling sensation like I was floating down into a dark well. Only there was no bottom. My head felt light, and finally, I don't know how much later, I seemed to stop floating. My senses came back, and I remembered Casey and the cup of coffee. And then I heard the pounding. At first, it sounded far away, but it got louder. I felt something in my hands. I tried to focus on it as the pounding continued. It was my gun. Then I heard the voice.
Open up! Police! Open up!
I looked across the room, but I didn't like what I saw. Eddie Burke was propped up in a chair, and there were 2 bullet holes in his head. And chances were the bullets had come from my gun.
Come on, open up, Rizza. It's the police.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Try the one sensible test of cigarette mildness.
Try the 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor, pack after pack.
Through steady smoking, the only sensible way to judge a cigarette. You'll see for yourself how well Camels agree with your throat.
In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of smokers with normal throats smoked only Camels for 30 days. Noted throat specialists made careful weekly examinations of the throats of those smokers and reported
not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
That's proof of Camel mildness, the kind of proof no other cigarette gives you. Tonight, start your own 30-day Camel test. Make Camels your steady smoke for the next 30 days, and you'll discover why Camel is America's most popular cigarette by billions.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I opened the door of Nancy Casey's apartment and admitted Lieutenant Walt Levinson homicide. And he had good reason to be there, for Eddie Burke was certainly a case for homicide. I brought Walt up to date, told him about Casey drugging me and my finding the gun in my hand. It's a good thing Walt was my friend. He believed me.
Well, Rick, it's been quite a day. Slugging, drugging. Now it looks like somebody's trying to frame you, but good.
Yeah. What brought you here anyway, Walt?
Anonymous phone call. Rick, somebody went to a lot of trouble to make it look like you killed Burke. Who was it, Casey dame?
Yeah, but I don't think she's in this alone.
Who else?
Manny Warren.
Oh, Joe Legit, huh? How do you figure him in?
When I got here, Nancy Casey was expecting me. I was watching her when she fixed that coffee. I didn't see her slip in the drug. That means the drug was already in the cup.
Well, what's that got to do with... Oh, you think Mandy tipped her off that you were coming over, huh?
Well, who else? Besides you, he's the only one who knew I was looking for her.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, let's have a talk with Warren.
No. You let me do it, Walt. You'll be busy here for a while anyway, and we'll have to prove Manny did it, not just accuse him.
Okay, you can give it a try. Only look, Bright Eyes, until you find out why Burke was killed and just how those characters all fit together, you're going to be on the spot. I still have to report it was your gun that killed Burke. Commissioner might not be happy when he hears I let you go.
Well, you hold off the commissioner, Walt. You should be used to that by now. I left the apartment and drove across town back to Manny Warren's garage. But I still couldn't figure the tie-in. Nancy Casey had lied to Burke, told him I had the package he was looking for. Then she drugs me and Burke is killed. And somewhere in this mess, Manny Warren was involved. But how? I quit thinking about that as I parked in front of the garage and went inside. Bill, the beefy character, was still the only man around.
You back again?
Well, either I am or you've got bad eyes. Tell Manny I want to see him.
He ain't here. Besides, it's closing time. Beat it.
Now, look, pal, don't make with a runaround. Where's Manny?
I said he ain't here. You got no right coming in here after closing time. I got half a mind to throw you out.
You try it, and I'll scatter your half mind all over this floor.
What?
Now, where's Manny Warren?
Let go. Let go of me. You're choking me. Manny ain't here, I tell you. Maybe he's home.
Where's home?
I don't know.
Now, where's home?
I don't know, I tell you. Maybe that's him now.
Okay. Enter the office and answer it. And if it is Manny, ask him where he is. And don't try anything, or I'll make you look like I feel.
Manny ain't gonna like it.
Oh, shut up. Just answer that phone and hold the receiver up so I can hear, too.
Hello?
Bill, this is Casey. Is Manny there?
No, he ain't.
Well, I'll try his home then. If he should come in, though, tell him I found a place I'll be staying in for a while. I'm registered at the Carter Hotel as Nancy Collins. You got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, that's as good as Manny's address. Come on, Bill.
Where you think you're taking me?
To that closet over there. That'll keep you out of the way temporarily.
Oh, no, you don't.
I dragged Bill into the closet, locked it, and then headed to the Carter Hotel. Nancy Casey could clear up a lot of questions, and I was in a good mood to play quizmaster. She was in room 312, and I took the elevator to the third floor. Then I reached her room, but before I could knock, I tried the door. It was locked. I threw my weight against it. I tried again, and the door flew open. No, it was quite a sight. Nancy Casey was writhing on the floor with a knife in her back. There was an open window, and climbing out of it onto the fire escape was Manny Warren. I scrambled after him. I was too close, and Manny knew it. He didn't try and run. Instead, he aimed a kick at my face as I climbed onto the fire escape.
Diamond, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Diamond, I'll...
Manny Warren took a long trip down. I went back into the room. Nancy Casey was in a bad way, and I phoned for an ambulance.
Oh, it hurts, Diamond. It hurts.
Take it easy, honey.
Tried to kill me, too. I hadn't expected that.
Why, Casey? What's it all about?
Plates. Those counterfeit plates. All this over the stinking plates.
The package Eddie Burke thought I had?
Yeah. Eddie left it with me for safekeeping. I turned him over to Manny. He told me we'd clean up and leave town by the time Eddie got out. Only we didn't. Eddie came to me. Wanted the plates.
So you lied and said you'd give them to me.
I needed time. Time to talk to Manny. He decided how to get rid of Eddie. When you came along, he told me to drug you. He'd handle the rest. Then I came here. I phoned him at home. Told him where I was.
He didn't waste any time getting here.
Oh, those stinking plates. They meant more to him than I did. Manny didn't trust me. This way nobody knew about the plates but him. He didn't trust me.
Well, in his business, you don't trust anyone. Now, I better keep quiet and lie still.
No, I gotta talk. Talking keeps my mind off the pain. Talk to me, Diamond. Talk.
All right, Nancy, I'll talk to you.
You swim, Diamond. I used to like swimming.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Lie still.
Pain. I never could stand pain.
Nancy. Well, at least it doesn't hurt anymore, does it, kid?
Rick.
Yes, Helen, dear?
You sure I can't get something to help your face?
Not unless you have an old gas mask handy.
You poor boy, I can't stand to see you all beaten up like this.
You can't stand it. Honey, it's my face.
Well, in its present form, I wouldn't brag about that.
Oh, now that's what I like, a gal to cheer you up after a hard day's work.
Hard day's work. Pistol whipped, drugged, framed. What a business. And what do you get out of it?
Oh, $100 a day and a very high mercurochrome belt.
Oh, I'm serious, Rick. Other men lead pleasant, quiet lives. They have nice jobs, nice homes, nice wives.
Oh. I knew this conversation was leading somewhere.
Well, while we're on the subject...
I'm not safe. Dear, I want you to hear the nicest song.
Oh, no.
I'll sing it just for you.
I might as well give up with my cold. You can sing louder than I can talk.
Oh, saved for the skin of my vocal cords.
Just wait until one day you have laryngitis, coward.
How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How many times a day do I think of you? How many roses are sprinkled with dew? How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? And if I ever lost you,
I cry. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky?
It's very nice.
Well, thank you, dear.
Only somehow that sweet song doesn't go with that battered face of yours.
No?
It's like Frankenstein whistling Mother Machree.
Oh, clever. You know, I could take my bruises and leave.
Why don't you just snap off the lamp and then I won't notice them?
Helen, at times you are endowed with genius. Come here.
And have you catch my cold? Not in your life.
Oh, then let's turn the lights back on, dear. I can't stand to see all this darkness going to waste.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
Here's a very special way to remember your Valentine next Thursday.
Give a carton of Camels, a special carton that's all dressed up in happy Valentine colors. It's available wherever Camels are sold.
Camels make such a welcome gift. They're America's most popular cigarette, leading all other brands by billions.
How mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, every week the makers of Camels send thousands of packs of Camels to military and veterans hospitals. That's to help show the hospitalized men and women of our armed forces that the folks at home haven't forgotten their sacrifices. This week, the gift Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Northport, New York, and Madison, Wisconsin, U.S. Army Station Hospital, Camp Breckenridge, Kentucky, to all overseas hospitals operated by the Northeast Command of the U.S. Air Force. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg was heard as Helen Asher and Alan Reed as Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Others in the cast were Bill Conrad, Jeanette Nolan, and John Boehner. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night.
Want to know why you should pack your pipe with PA?
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
So, if you smoke a pipe and want the fine flavor of choice tobacco with rich, natural tobacco fragrance, pack your pipe with Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke.
Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
That is the correct answer. You have just won $104 million, 6 deep freeze units, a stable of polo ponies with matching saddle soap, a terry cloth robe with chocolate bars pre-melted into the pockets, and a full-size, real, honest-to-goodness dreadnought, such as is used by Uncle Sam's Navy.
Oh, I'm sorry you'll have to call back. I'm expecting to be taking dictation from my employer very shortly.
Oh, I am sorry. Your time is up. And Edna St. Vincent Markowitz, who sent in the question, gets bumped off in front of the studio audience gathered in the Dredgewood room here in Columbia Square. Next time, don't answer your phone, stupid.
Oh, Sam.
Let's have no coaching, please.
Oh, well, did you find the cop? Was it murder? Was it really worth, Well, you know, priceless and like that, and was it fun?
Yes, and no. And finally, are you kidding?
Well, then why was it called the Vaphio Cup?
It's a very old Greek expression, which is what I'll be wearing as I sit in your lap dictating my report on the Vaphio Cup Caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Remember the Romeo of yesteryear? Hair parted in the middle, all plastered down? Man, what a difference today. Today, all a guy has to do to impress a gal is use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. If you're still using old-fashioned hair tonics, or none at all, then for her sake, spruce up today with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. In bottles or the handy new tube, it's again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Blow the man down, police, blow the man down. Why do they want to blow the man down? Date, August 22nd, 1948, to Jethro Chiswick, Esquire.
Oh, spelling, Sam.
E-S-Q-U...
No, Sam, I meant the name. It's, Chisro Jeswick.
I did not say Chisro Jethwick. I said Jethro Chiswick. I mean, Chisro... look, we'll check it later.
Oh, Sam, it might... I have an uncle in Berkeley named Smithwick.
Leave your family out of this, Eth.
But he's only by marriage, Sam. It's quite a common name.
Name 3 people named Chiswick.
No, Smithwick, Sam. Now, let's see, there's Uncle George and Aunt Amelia by a previous marriage. Then there's my cousin Rupert on the Christie side.
When you have finished ruminating amongst the foliage of your family tree, Miss Perrine.
Well, I only mentioned it in
all right,
that name
we'll
that you
start
thought you...
all over again. Tear out that page.
Yes, Your Highness.
Oh, no, please. No need to curtsy. To Jethro Chiswick, no comment, please. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. What's that?
Nothing, Sam, nothing. Throat.
Subject, the Vaphio Cup Caper. Dear Commodore, that's the way I like you. Meek. I'd always considered myself fairly well-versed in the subject of cups. But if anybody had told me there was such a thing as a Vaphio Cup, they could have knocked me over with one, which they did.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah.
I'm Chester A. Brody. I talked with your secretary on the phone. Do you follow?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brody. Sit down. Rest your package.
Thank you. I prefer to hold it for the time being. My card, sir.
Theophilus and Brody, importers and exporters, mm-hmm.
Mr. Theophilus is my partner, Dimitri Theophilus. You follow?
I follow.
It was Mr. Theophilus who brought the Vaphio Cup into the firm. I furnished the cash capital.
Vaphio Cup, I do not follow.
Yes, indeed. The only one of these treasures to fall into private hands. One of the fabulous Vaphio Cups. Those exquisite and cunningly wrought examples of the art of the ancient Grecian goldsmith, excavated by the great Schliemann from a beehive tomb in Sparta.
Beehive.
Mycenaean age. Just west of the Lion Gate.
Oh, the Lion Gate. Pardon me, Mr. Brody. Are you trying to tell me that this cup is very valuable?
Priceless.
And that you will finally manage to find a buyer?
You follow?
And that you want me to deliver that package containing your priceless cup in return with your customer's cash?
Accurately put. I presume you're bonded.
Uncork me and see for yourself.
You are a droll fellow, to be sure.
I had a light breakfast, rolls and coffee. Now, what is this Vaphio Cup?
I will show it to you. You are about to see a treasure but few eyes have looked upon in our time, Mr. Spade. The Vaphio Cup. Handle it carefully. It's fragile. You could crush it in your hand like so much tinfoil. Yet this golden relic of a golden age has come down through the centuries miraculously unscathed. Note the delicately wrought lines of the bas-relief, the exquisite draperies on the figure of the caryatid, the anguish on the face of the fallen hunter, the sheer brute force of the wild boar charging to the kill. Holding this golden cup in your hands, you encompass 3,000 years. Do you comprehend why there's no question of insurance here?
Frankly, I don't.
My dear man, an item such as this is worth only as much as a collector will pay for it. This particular collector has offered $200,000. It might never be offered again. You follow?
I follow.
Very well. Here's your fee, $100.
I follow.
And here is the address of my client in Los Angeles, Commodore Jethro Chiswick.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
You will take the noon train. Any questions?
Yeah, why can't I go on a plane?
Because I've placed an item in this afternoon's papers to the effect that the treasure is to be transported by plane.
If I were a guy enough and I read that item, I'd take the train.
That would be your first thought. Then you would think they're saying they're taking the plane to make me think they're taking the train. Therefore, you would take the plane after all. Oh, would you? If you were really clever, you might say they're taking the plane to make one think it's the train, so I'll take the plane after all, and therefore...
Never mind. By this time, he's decided on the bus. The train is perfectly safe.
You follow?
The package was light in the drawing room, and the train was comfortable. Seemed like an easy way to earn $100. I knew it wouldn't last. Never does. I was prepared for the knock on the door, and I got ready for the inevitable small, dark man who plays the Peter Lorre part, but this one fooled me. He was a tall, thin actor with sandy hair.
Okay, Shamus, hand over the package. You won't be no trouble.
Sure, there it is on the seat. Take it.
Huh?
It's okay. You got me covered. I won't make any move.
Hey, what are you trying to pull?
It's a stick-up, isn't it?
Maybe I got the wrong compartment.
No, that's it. The cup's in there. Unwrap it and see for yourself.
Oh, no, you don't. I ain't picking up no booby traps.
Oh, you're yellow, huh?
I know that one, too. I don't cut no ice for me.
Suit yourself. Game of gin?
Hey, you're nuts. I'm getting out of here.
Hey, wait a minute, pal. I'll buy you a drink.
I don't drink.
Lunch?
In I go.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Spade. I agree. Clarence is a very comical fellow.
So are you.
I took the liberty of stepping into your forecastle whilst you had your bit of raillery in the after companionways, and my mate, dear Clarence. You mind?
Not at all.
Well, sir, I'm afraid you're going to mind a great deal.
Oh!
And that's how I met you, Commodore. I was so busy sizing up the .45 in your right hand that I didn't even notice when your left whipped out of your coat pocket with one of the largest saps I have ever felt. The next time I saw light, you were gone, the Vaphio Cup was gone, and the train was pulling into San Jose. I got off, rode back to San Francisco with a truckload of chickens, and headed straight for my client's apartment.
You got here quick.
Yeah.
Come in.
Thanks. Well?
Well, what?
Look, we can't both play this deadpan. We'll stay no place.
It's in the back room.
What is?
The body. You're from the police, aren't you?
I'm a private detective.
How dare you?
Hey, what was that for?
For spying on me. You and all the other cheap gumshoes my husband hires.
You're Mrs. Brody?
I'm Enid Theophilus. Did my husband hire you?
My name is Sam Spade. I was hired by one Chester A. Brody, your husband's business partner.
Well, Sam, I hope he paid you in advance, because he's the body.
Chester A. Brody was just barely identifiable. Somebody had worked hard trying to persuade him to say or do something he either couldn't or wouldn't do. The only interesting clue was in the wastebasket. At first, I thought it was a flattened beer can. But it was the Vaphio Cup, or a facsimile thereof.
Well, how do you like it, Sam?
I don't. He was my client. I wasn't hired to protect him. I didn't like him, but he was my client.
How would you like me for a client?
I'll give you the name of a lawyer, sister.
My name is Enid.
Ain't it? Now, let's see what I can squeeze out of you before the cops do. Brody was your husband's business partner, and you're,
You don't have to be subtle. He was mad about me. I'm all broken up about his death.
So is he.
That wasn't funny.
That time I deserved it.
You don't like me, do you?
Can't you get it through that steel-jacketed brain of yours that you're in bad trouble, that there's a dead man in the next room, beaten to death, and you're not supposed to be here?
Oh, I was supposed to be here. We were going to elope as soon as you brought back the money from that, Greek thing.
Yeah, what about that Greek thing?
It was an antique. It was called the Vaphio Cup.
Yes, I know about that.
Yes, well, my husband dug it up in Greece and smuggled it into the country.
Yeah?
It was all he had, but it was such an important piece that he was able to persuade Chet, the late Chester Brody, that is, to let him in as a full partner.
Then what?
Well, they quarreled. My husband made some bad investments, and Chet wanted to sell the cup to save the firm. Dmitri refused. I didn't think it was fair, so I got the keys to his safety deposit box where the cup was, and Chet arranged to sell it to the Commodore. Did you get the money from the Commodore?
All I got from the Commodore was lumps.
He stole the cup?
Roger.
You've got to get it back.
I've got it.
Where?
Here, take a look.
It's ruined. Where did you find it?
In a trash basket where it belongs.
Dimitri did it. He must have suspected something and substituted a fake. That's it. He knows where the real one is.
Somebody thought that your boyfriend knew.
The one that killed him?
That's the way it looks. And maybe that's the way it was meant to look. You know, somebody might get the idea that you palmed the genuine when you got it out of that safety deposit box.
If I did it was legal, then don't you forget it. A wife can't steal from her husband. Legally, they're one person. You can't steal from yourself. That's the law.
I was wrong. You don't need a lawyer.
Will you help me?
I may hurt you, and it'll cost you anyway.
I know what's good for me. Money. Find that cup.
I know what's good for me, too, so I took her $100, advised her to go home, and made for my own humble lodging. They were not only humble, they were crowded. The man was small, but the gun was enormous. I said, don't bother to introduce yourself. Your name is Dimitri Theopolis, and you want this package that I'm carrying.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Vaphio Cup Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
He didn't answer me, so I said it again. Don't bother to introduce yourself. Your name is Dimitri Theopolis, and you want this package that I'm carrying.
Of that be assured. You obtained this from my dear wife. And how did you find my darling?
Not at the city pond, surprisingly enough.
Oh, you know my dear wife. How soon you know my darling so well, more than I her husband? Is it possible?
I don't know, is it?
I don't know either. I employ a detective.
Not this one.
I have need. My poor partner, Mr. Brody. You are interested?
If you are interesting about who killed your partner, that's one thing. But if you want somebody to dig out your family secrets, that is nothing. With me, you are, shall we say, no place.
But why don't I get the right to know? There'll be no trouble, no scandal, no divorcement suing. Of that be assured. Even poor Chester is dead, so he's what one calls ancient history. While he lived, I knew nothing. I was blind. After he died, I see certain things.
Yeah, well, do you see that maybe your wife had a hand in Brody's death? What then?
Well, if it so happens that you cannot separate my darling from that, do you follow?
Not quite.
I'm not an old man, but my dear wife is but 22 and a truly lovely person.
Yes, she's all right.
Would it not be the part of husbandly wisdom to have, shall I say, a hold over her?
If she's guilty, you won't need it.
Good. Please, I cannot hold the gun and handle my wallet at the same time. Please.
No, thanks. You keep the gun. I'll take the wallet.
Oh, you trust me. You will work for me.
Yeah, I'll work for anybody. Here, I left your cab.
Oh, assuredly, you are so very kind.
Oh, I'm not so
Now
kind.
the package, yes?
No.
Then I don't hesitate to shoot you.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes?
This is the fake. You sure you want this?
Assuredly, yes.
A man has already been killed for it. Your life's a high price to pay for a fake, though fancy, tin cup.
You still think that's the price?
Brother, I know it.
Then you know I will kill you for it.
Okay, if it means that much to you, and I guess it does, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Please remain where you are. If you follow me, I will surely shoot you.
From my front window, I watched them come out downstairs and start across the street. Then it happened. I saw the gun flash as it fired, and Theophilus slumped to the pavement. The package slid away from him into the gutter. I beat it down to him. He'd taken all 3 pellets in the midsection from close range. His pulse fluttered once or twice and then stopped. When I went to look for the package, it wasn't there. I called homicide and waited until they took him away. When I told Lieutenant Dundee what I had in mind, he congratulated me on my brilliant scheme and told me to go ahead with it. That was his mistake. I even talked him out of assigning any of his harness men to watch my building for the next couple of hours. That was my mistake. I went upstairs, opened the bottle, and waited for your knock on my door, Commodore.
Well, sir, a man would almost think you expected us. Keep a weather eye on him, Clarence. Don't let him get lured. Aye, sir.
Welcome aboard.
No time for scuttlebutt, Mr. Spade. We're bound for Bullylong Bali on the car from Maru, sailing at dawn. I want that cup. The true, the genuine, the Vaphio Cup. No more deceptions, no more trickery. You will hand it over without further delay.
Sure. Be glad to.
Oh, no, not like that. You will tell Clarence where it is stowed, and Clarence will fetch it above deck.
Why, you old barnacle. Theophilus never had his mitts on a genuine Vaphio Cup.
Bilge water, sir. When Theophilus landed in San Francisco, he didn't have a farthing. Now he owes $500,000. If he hadn't got the genuine cup, how could he have borrowed all that money?
Because a bunch of morons like you believed he had it.
Lost my binnacles, man. You sound as though you believed what you're saying.
Look, Commodore, you're interested in high finance. Now, how did Ivor Kruger make his millions?
Why, matches. He was the match king, sir.
Matches had nothing to do with it, Commodore. He started out with $15 million worth of phony government bonds that he printed himself. Follow? They weren't even good counterfeits, but he was smart enough not to try and cash them. He just kept them in a safety deposit box and borrowed money. Theophilus used his phony Vaphio Cup the same way.
Lost my binnacles, man. You sound as though you believe what you're saying.
Well, there's a familiar ring to it. I do. And I'll tell you why. He knew that was the fake in the package when he held me up for it. He was willing to risk his own life to get it out of circulation.
Dash my timbers. Old Theophilus has left us without a shot in the locker. You steered us onto the shoals. We're on our beam ends.
Hey, turn them off, Commodore. You're pumping bilge flush. We better haul our wind.
Yes, indeed. I'm afraid it's getting rather warm in San Francisco. Bullylong beckons.
You won't make it past the potato patch.
What?
The cops are going to want some answers about a couple of stiffs you left behind in San Francisco.
I'm glad you reminded me.
Can I plug him?
No, we're taking him with us.
Oh, that's what you think.
Take it easy, mate. This ain't going to hurt a bit.
A reek of chloroform filled the room, and a fist pounded into my belly. It knocked my wind out, and at the same time, my nose collided with something wet and cold. I swung out, but didn't connect. Before I could swing again, the room blurred, and a ceiling light floated down to meet me. Then the lights went out altogether. At first, I couldn't figure it. It sounded like what a doctor hears through a stethoscope, or maybe an earthquake, or maybe ship angels, which it turned out to be. When the lights came on again, I was lying on a bunk in a stateroom. I staggered across to the wash basin and splashed water on my face.
Hello, you.
Enid, as I hardly live and breathe.
It could get worse.
Yeah, where are we?
Oh, not very far out. Not past the Farallon.
Good. I'm a stowaway, and they'll put me off with the pilot.
Oh, no, you're not. Your passage is paid.
Mine? It is, huh?
It is. Do you know who you are?
Who am I?
Chester Brody.
Then I'm dead. They'll bury me at sea.
Roger.
Who are you?
I'm your widow.
What's the score with them?
Chester and I booked passage on this ship a week ago. It was part of the plan. Chester and the Commodore worked it all out.
Yeah, the cup was to have been stolen from me on the train.
Yes, but when the Commodore discovered it was a fake, everything fell to pieces.
Yeah, he thought Chester was double-crossing him.
They forced Chet to talk. He told them Dimitri still had the genuine Vaphio Cup and had hired you for the double-cross. Maybe he really believed it. Anyway, They killed Dimitri.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing on them yet. But you're a material witness, sweetheart, to at least one of the killings. That's extraditable. When that dawns on them, they'll scuttle you, too.
It's already dawned on them. I'm desperate.
Yes, I noticed. For you, you're practically hysterical.
We have to face facts.
Yeah, well, give me a couple to face right now. Where are the Commodore and Clarence?
Up on the bridge.
Good. All you have to do is walk straight up to the captain. He'll put him under arrest.
Well, that might be a good idea, darling. Only
what?
Only the Commodore is the captain.
That's horrid. Your salty talk had fooled me, Commodore. I never dreamed that you were really an old sea dog, and I do mean dog. But two can play at that game. From my own intimate knowledge of sea story magazines, I realized that all hands would be turned to in the cargo gear, and the crew quarters would be, therefore, empty. In more time than it takes to tell, Enid and I had fitted ourselves out in dungarees, jumpers, and watch caps, and turned to with them.
You two, look alive. Stow that preventer.
Oh, me? You may recall, Commodore, you may recall me as the man who ran for a fire extinguisher when the bosun yelled, stow the preventer. But experience is the best teacher, and by the time we hove to put the pilot over the side, things were in such a state of confusion that you had retreated to your cabin with a quadruple ration of grog. Seizing that moment, I threw Enid over the side, yelled, man overboard, and jumped in after her. Once safely aboard the pilot schooner, we revealed our true identity, and a merry laugh was enjoyed by all. It dropped us at the foot of Market, and we waved warm farewells to our erstwhile rescuers, then to the snug haven of my office in a friendly cup, if you'll pardon the expression, in the grateful warmth of a gas radiator.
Unhealthy.
Who, me?
Gas fumes. Why don't you move into a building with steam heat?
I like this building. I've been here for a long time.
You don't make much money, do you?
You don't have to rub it in. It's a living.
You happy?
Sure I am.
Well, guess it's all right then.
You know, sweetheart, there's something missing in you.
Oh? What?
I don't know.
And then how do you know?
Forget it.
Well, I guess I'll go.
Do you mind if I don't see you to the door?
Why should I? What?
Hey, you are human. Yeah, they're wet. Go ahead, sweetheart. Cry all you want. It's been fun. You shouldn't have kept it bottled up this long.
Well, it's not what you think.
Well, what is it?
It's you. You're so nice.
I'm nice.
Yeah, but you're no place. You never will be. And neither will I.
And that, Commodore, is the cargo. It was nice seeing you again down at the hall. They tell me you and Clarence are both trying to turn state's evidence. But according to the late bulletins, Clarence was leading by a neck in the stretch. Get it? The DA was afraid the jury might not understand your salty talk. Period. End of sea chanty.
Oh, Sam.
Yes, what?
Oh, Sam. Oh, I just can't.
Well, why can't you? Are you feeling okay, F?
Oh, Sam. You betrayed your trust.
F, speak to me. What is it? I betrayed my trust. What?
Those criminals were on that boat.
Yes?
And you jumped overboard.
You feel that I was recalcitrant, is that it? That my actions were not true blue, clear cut, is that it?
Oh, I'll just go type this up, and I'm sure you can explain. I hope you can. I hope.
Sour racket.
Question. What's the easiest and best way there is to give your hair that well-groomed look? Answer, Wild Root Cream Oil. Yes, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil with soothing lanolin gives you the advantages considered most important in a hair tonic. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. Call at your drug or toilet goods counter tonight or first thing tomorrow for Wild Root Cream Oil. If you've never tried it before, get the generous new 25-cent bottle just introduced. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Oh, here it is, Sam. I hope the spelling is all right. I was so upset.
You hate me then?
Oh, no. No. I suppose it's foolish going along thinking that your ideal doesn't have to be displayed. Oh, Sam, I just can't imagine.
Don't you think I can explain that?
Oh, yes, I'm sure you can explain. But you did. You deserted your post and jumped overboard like a thinking rat.
That's right.
Oh, Sam, that's so unlike you. It was just by chance they were apprehended.
By chance, you say? Who do you think it was that got himself shot out of a torpedo tube in that submarine?
You, Sam?
No, you think I'm crazy? I did something few radio detectives ever do, sweetheart. I called the Harbor Patrol single-handed using only one nickel and had them picked up.
Oh, Sam, I wish I'd been there.
Well, it was just a small phone booth. Besides, if you'd been there, it would have been out of order or something.
Oh, Sam, you came through after all.
Aren't you ashamed that you ever doubted me?
Yes, I am. I'm a fool.
There. I forgive you.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.